45 seconds. Seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Thought to us is that there's not, and I don't believe that there is either.
What type of Jew are you?
Reform.
Reform? Okay.
Yeah, cool Jew.
No, the Reform, the cool Jews. The Reform Jews, they'll have a Hanukkah bush and give a Christmas gift every now and then.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Wednesday, November 27, 2024, the day before Thanksgiving. Let me look at my shirt.
Nice.
It's the Angola Hornets. I should be wearing a Warsaw Tiger shirt because the Warsaw Tigers play the Decatur Central McGillicuddies. I don't even know their mascot. Saturday at Lucas Oil Field. But instead, I'm paying homage to the probably one of the greatest linebackers in the history of Warsaw High football, and it was number 60, Gary Puckett, who now works for, I think he's some type of administrator for Angola High School, which is right outside of Fort Wayne, and he sent me this shirt for the Angola Hornets. So, I like to wear, I wear shirts that listeners send me. Like our buddy DJ from Pro. So, I just wear all types of different shirts. And if you'd like to send me your, make sure it's black, because black make fat guys looks thinner. I can't wear like a white shirt.
No.
When I've worn like a couple different, like a blue one time, maybe look a little fatter. I mean, I'm fat, but you want to kind of kayfabe the fatness.
But you're on a diet. You're on
I'll be on the diet for the rest of my life.
You're on a program.
Camper Scott, give it to 5 subs.
So thank you, Gary Puckett. I hope, Gary, you and your wife, Trish, Lummy, one of the very few people that I know married his high school sweetheart and is still with her today after how many kids and how many different jobs and what have
nice.
you. Dude, do you know anybody that is still married to their high school sweetheart?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
What, your parents?
No. Ashley's parents.
Really?
Yeah.
So anyway, the great Gary Puckett, number 60. Stud.
Is he going to be at the game this weekend?
I don't know. I need to call him. He should.
They should bring out some of the old, the old Hall of Famers for the coin flip.
Gary. I don't know if Gary is in the Warsaw High School Hall of Fame, but he should be. Now, I think Neil Fribley is, but it was Neil Fribley 61 and Gary 60 for the inside linebackers, and they both they played both ways, and they were both starting guards. So they were starting offensive guards and then stayed on the field and played linebacker. Neil died.
Gary all stayed in 82, huh?
Oh, yeah. Look at you. All stayed in 82.
Nice.
Went to Indiana Central, started as a freshman. Was just not big enough to make it in the league. Was like 6'1", 240. That's just not going to, you're just not going to make it in the league as a guard at 6'1", 240. I don't think.
No, that'd be pretty tough.
And well, even in those days, but like in today's days, I mean, you got guards now that are 6'4", 310. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like what's the average offensive line in the NFL? What probably on the light side, it's usually your center
6'3", 6'2".
6'2", 6'3", 3. I mean, I don't think there's anybody that's lighter than 300.
No, it would be really hard to find one.
Right.
If there is.
Right. So anyway, the great Gary Puckett and the Angola Hornets. Thank you very much, Gary. Hopefully you'll be at the Saturday night, 7 o'clock. IHSAA 5A state finals. Warsaw Tigers versus the Decatur Central McGillicuddies. I don't even know their name. And let me again, Warsaw has 6 plays.
That's it.
That's it. 6 plays at most. They run about 4 of them. I wish I need to get a hold of Larry or something to see how many yards. Now, their quarterback, Sullivan, he was out for like 4 games. But in the regional finals, he had 310 yards alone, the running back did. Not passing, running.
And the mascot is the Hawk.
The Hawk. The Tigers can beat up Hawks.
No, of course.
Yeah, please. So anyway, I have been blessed. Susan Poitras. Are you guys ready for this?
Right.
Susan Poitras on the PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. Big day today. It's our last day for a while. Oh, by the way, I think paychecks were a day early. Did your paycheck clear?
It's currently pending, sir. I'll let you know in 48 hours.
Lummy, did yours clear?
Yes, sir.
Rhett, paycheck clear or pending?
No, I think I'm good.
Okay, good. Mach, that big money you make, buddy?
I already paid my car payment.
Oh, fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
Seth, it's just all that money you make. It's pending. It's sucking my account dry.
I know.
So it's like, we got
bank surprised.
But hold on.
At least they can push half of it through.
200 from Susan Poitras. 200.
Thank you.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. Let's have a big day today, please.
That cleared. That's not pending.
No, yeah, that's real money right there. That's hard money. So anyway, how about today? Driving in might have been. I mean, in all the years I've been driving into the studio, whether it's my first studio in Tampa was 4002 Gandy. Seth, you never worked in the Gandy building. When you worked for iHeart, they were over there in Ulmerton, right?
Yeah, they have a nice building, nice setup now.
Would you be in a radio? Well, Macho Man, you and Seth being radio veterans of the market, I think you and I are the only ones that have ever worked at 4002 Gandy. Because I know, Rhett, Macho Man, you did work at 4002 Gandy, did you not?
For like 17 years.
What a great building. The history in that building. All the groupies I got in that building.
Yeah, Macho was telling me that the couch that I guess you used to get stuff on would be a punishment couch if you had to sit on it, and everyone kind of knew that,
Now, Macho Man, when I was long gone by the time you got there, but like, were there urban stories?
My God.
I mean, were there urban stories of me and how I used to roll?
No comment.
Oh no! I want you.
Just tell them yes. Say yeah. They talk about it all the time.
No, hold on. I just want the truth. I mean, like, I was a filthy over there, and so and even in engineering, were there stories of the way that I used to roll and the things I used to do?
We were quarantined from anything about you. Even when you and the other dude were having some issues in the morning, we had no idea about that and caused other issues for me personally, which we don't want to get to on.
So hold on, you're saying because by the time I was out of there, MJ was suing me, so there was a no Bubba talk policy in Cox too, wasn't there, Seth?
Yes, I know. Yeah, I don't exactly know what it was, but I know that Drew got a $1,000 bonus check one time for not talking about you.
Yeah,
oh, nice.
By the way, that's when I worked there too.
Yes.
So anyway, all the years of me driving to here are the studios that I've driven to over my 10 year of being in Tampa. I drove to 4002 Gandy from 1992. From 1992 till 1996. drove to 4002 Gandy from Palm Harbor. Then I drove to Feather Sound, which is where 98 Rock was originally, which is, by the way, where the new iHeart building is right now. That was originally the 98 Rock building back in the day, yeah. And I drove there to Almerton for years, and then once they moved the Almerton studios back to 4002, then I started driving back to 4002 Gandy. And then by the time I got fired from iHeart in 04, I had already built my old studios, which are where Tom Bean's office is on Lemon.
Yeah.
So I drove there from 2006 until 2012. So 6 years there, and then moved in here January 1st of 2012. So I've been coming to these buildings now for what? 12 years?
Is there going to be a quiz at the end of the show? Because I wasn't taking. Okay.
No, you're just worried about that pending.
Well, yeah, of course.
You want that to be hard. You want that to get hardened
I
up.
just don't want to get the question wrong where you drove from 1997 to 2004.
I think you're calling my programming crappy at this point.
I'm not. I'm just.
That was Gandy, Seth.
I'm sorry. See,
Yeah.
let me take
Get you off my
notes.
paper.
Right. So anyway, man, out of all the years I've been driving, since 1992 to various studios, today might have been the worst with regards to fog. I have never seen it this foggy ever. I mean, you've been driving, Rhett, you've been driving, Mach, Seth.
I had my brights on today.
Well, that's actually what you're not supposed to do. Did you know that?
Of course.
You're blinding everyone else.
I couldn't.
I
You're
didn't
the one
care.
that causes
He's
the
blind.
pileups.
I couldn't see. What am I?
You got to turn your fog lights on.
At some time, I don't.
Causes
He's
the
blind.
pileup.
Sorry.
Fog lights, you say, Lummy?
Yes.
What are those?
To lights on your.
He's not cool enough to have fog.
Well, you got lights and you got brights. I didn't know.
No, if you're a real cool dude, then you'll have fog lights.
Do those come stock?
Well, in some cars, yeah.
So I might not even have fog lights.
Like, hold on, Macho Man's $140,000 car probably has stock fog lights. Oh, yeah, not only do I have stock fog lights, I got high-performance ones. Oh, yeah, I switched out to stock ones and got the better ones. Yeah.
Bubba, it's pitch black on 275, and I mean, I really honestly couldn't see. I was afraid.
Oh, I was just waiting for a deer to run out
Man,
and me to hit it.
I have the shortest commute of all, and I was like, man, you couldn't literally, you're like, at any time there could be a car right in front of me stopped, and I'm gonna die.
Right.
Like you literally, we're just driving with blind faith, where you're just driving.
Pretty much.
Hopefully.
Nothing's in the road. No one's jumping in the road. Like Lummy said, there's no deer or anything running in front.
Well, in your area, there's not. You don't live in a real deer-infested area. Yeah.
No. I'm crossing the bridge, so I'm pretty much.
There's no deers on the bridge.
No, but yeah, but one, I hit something or make one wrong turn, I'm in the water.
It's true.
And then I turn into Susan Smith's kids all of a sudden. I can't do that.
Oh man,
Little Wilbur's after bird, $50.
Right now on the security cameras outside, it looks like it's raining. It's so thick.
Oh, I know.
What are they going to arrest me if I have my lights on? If I have my brights on? What do they even put them on cars for if you can't use them?
It's for when you're out in the woods. It's a clear day.
I felt like I was in the woods.
Fog lights are made they're lower. They sit lower on your car, and they're made to kind of try to illuminate the road.
Yeah.
Is what they're made for.
I was illuminated. I could see. I felt safe for a few minutes.
Well, I mean, you don't have fog lights.
No. I have my brights. Boom.
Yeah, but buddy, I'm trying to tell you, with standard fog with standard. Let me just give this to you. With standard fog condition protocol. Okay, with standard fog condition protocol, you're supposed to have your lights. If you don't have fog lights, you're supposed to have your lights on low beam and not high.
Disagree.
I'm just saying.
Is that a law?
Hey Alexa, under foggy conditions, how am I supposed to run my lights?
Not in Trump's America.
Brights.
Brights all day.
Under foggy conditions, it is recommended to use low headlights instead of high headlights while driving.
God damn
This will
it.
help other drivers see you more clearly and
help
reduce
other
the risk
drivers.
of blinding
Suck
oncoming
it.
traffic.
Suck
It is
it.
important to follow proper safety procedures and
get
be
outta here.
aware of your
Suck
surroundings
Shut up.
when
You've never
driving in
driven a
foggy
car in your
conditions.
life.
Suck me.
I won't suck you. What? At some point,
I'm just saying, I just dropped the mic on you, baby.
Oh, I don't.
I just dropped it on you.
In Zeth's defense, his low beams might be really low lumens.
Thank
his
you.
High beams might be kind of like okay.
Yeah, I have low lumens, Bubba. I gotta Windex the lumens to get them stronger. They're too foggy.
But I'm gonna, Seth, I'm going to send you this website. It's when to use your high beam headlights, list of situations. And the first one is do not use when in the fog.
Okay. Well, I listen. What am I supposed to do? What if I pull over and just wait for the fog to lift? There was no. I'm not exaggerating. I don't see that well. I'm wearing glasses for the people that can see. At night, it's even worse. So when you put me at night, it's dark, and then there's fog. I mean, I got to do what I got to do to survive, right?
Yeah, I mean, you got to do what you got to do to make yourself see the better. You don't really have to really take in consideration the person that you're blinding coming on. As long as you make it to work, and you know what, the other person could very well end up in a major pileup behind you, but you are going to be okay. Okay. Even Alexa said, she said that in foggy conditions you're supposed to, put your beams on low. That's how you're supposed to. That's how you're supposed to do
All
it.
right, these lessons of the road, Bubba, would be great for me to know before all of these things happen.
Here's probably what happens to Seth behind him. Going the opposite direction.
2012 February, Germany near Munster. A massive pileup occurred on the A31 Autobahn due to a sudden sandstorm. Over 100 vehicles were involved, resulting in 3 deaths and 35 injuries. 2014 February, Michigan.
Some of the largest car pileups. I'm telling you today.
Jeez.
I don't know when this fog's going to lift, if they have a lift time, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was a lot of car accidents this morning.
Yeah.
Well, people probably hit the roads to, go to their destination for Thanksgiving. I'm sure a lot of people started driving, in the morning or the middle of the night or something like that to beat traffic. So a real bad time to be on the roads.
They're talking about it on Fox 13 right now. See it, Lemmy, over there?
it
USA.
is. Again,
Sudden snow squall on Interstate 94 near Michigan City, Indiana.
Oh, look at this.
Led to an 80-vehicle pileup, including 18 semi-trailers.
Lemmy, that was the conditions I was driving in last week when I was going into Indiana.
Except you were going
The
about
incident-
120.
No, I made it to 108.
No.
I think that's available on our YouTube channel.
Yes.
I don't know if I made that. I should have made that members only because I was, doing some illegal activity.
Resulted in 12 fatalities and 42 injuries, becoming one of the most severe accidents in U.S. history.
Jeez.
2010 December, China. Dense fog on the Beijing-Hong
Here we go. Dense fog. Here's a fog condition, Seth.
Kong-Macau Express.
Dense fog on the Beijing-Hong Kong-Macau
That's
Expressway.
Chinese stuff. That's
was
smog.
was caused by a 43-year-old man using his high beams going in the opposite direction, not caring about the oncoming traffic that were blinded by his high beams.
Dude, take high
He made
beams.
it to work okay, but 62 died in a big high fog willy.
If it's such a weapon to have high beams on my car, then make high beams illegal again.
High beams are made to when you're driving down the road and there's nobody coming in your direction, and you can high beam it up. That way you can see better. But when an oncoming car is coming, proper protocol. You're supposed to dim your high beams down to the low beams.
Does it matter that since I was on 275 and pretty much everybody's going the same direction?
And now here's the thing: it wouldn't be. It's probably not nearly as bad as long as you didn't have a lot of cars coming your opposite direction. And if you're on the Gandy Bridge, I think there's enough separation between spans of bridge that you could probably be okay.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, you probably are okay.
Because I did know deep
Led
down
to
that
a
I
massive
but that's what's probably happened behind you.
100 vehicle pileup.
That's by Channel 10 right there.
Resulting in at least 4 deaths and many injuries.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Again, Lummy, I didn't think that Alexa would even know the answer to that. Here's how most pileups happen: is that you're in wintry conditions. Okay, and this is from somewhere in Iowa. You're in wintry conditions, like down to one lane, and people are going too fast, and people start slowing down because, as you can see, Lummy, this is a 2-lane highway, and only one lane's been scraped, so the other lane's kind of sketch. Well, you can see these people up here. There's, you got a big time snowstorm in conjunction with all these people up here are slowing down. Well, these people here are going like 50 or 60, and they can't see them. And by the time they see these people that have slowed down, they start smashing their brakes, and then it just ends up being a big shiz show from here. Watch this. So, and this is on I-35, I think in Des Moines, Iowa. And here, let me kind of start putting them when they start. Okay, so you can see now up here, they've all slowed for whatever reason, and maybe because they can't see or because somebody else has stopped in the road, and then by the time these cars are coming, they can't stop. And now this is what happened. Watch, boom, and so then that guy goes off into a field, and then. Here comes some more. The honest to God, even though it might wreck your car so that you don't die, is you're going to see here in a few seconds, Lummy, a semi. He actually goes off the road and into the farmer's field. Let me just speed it up a little bit here. Okay, this is where it starts getting sketch. People see this guy, he can't stop, and he's going to end up. I think it really starts piling up here about right now. Here we go. So everybody stop now. So when you come over the crest of the road, let me just. Maybe this isn't near as. Oh, there we go.
No,
here we go. So here comes a semi. He doesn't know what to do. Everybody's now piling up. And then here comes this big boss hogging semi. That guy looks like he's in a Hummer. This guy, boom, crash. Now here comes this boss hogging semi. Look at this. Watch him. He has nowhere to go. He can't stop. He puts it in the ditch.
Oof.
Which is probably, looks like he might. Oh, look at this guy. He's fishtailing and he's smashing all those cars, but he's gonna make it the ditch. So anyway, that's car pileups and fog, fog and rain and sleet and snow and slick conditions. Are what causes that, and I think today in Tampa, there has to be a fog advisory.
There is.
What's worse than a fog advisory? Is there like a fog warning or a fog watch or a fog advisory?
I don't think it's like does it have the same tiers as a hurricane? I don't know if it's like a hurricane watch, a hurricane warning. I think it's just there's fog. And you're screwed. And
a warning is
major fog. There's a major fog, And
a lot of people don't know because until they wake up and start driving that there's fog.
Yeah, you don't go to bed checking the weather to see if there's going to be fog.
But, it's not like you can do anything about it, though. You gotta deal with it. But I'll just say it was very. Just visibility was probably like 3 feet today.
Lummy, have you started your Yellowstone trek yet?
Yes.
And so I saw this. This was like from 13 days ago or something.
Oh, how he
Kevin Costner's opinion on how they wrote him off the show.
He's a dick, that's why.
He is a dick. Because did you know why? Sumo told me this, and it's the truth. Do you know why it was not only because he was going through a divorce and he didn't want that big money to be, if he was part of the final 6 episodes, he was going to make a ton of money, and that would have been figured into his divorce, right? That's one reason I heard. But the other reason is he went and filmed his own Western called Horizon, and it was a 3-part series, and it was in the theaters. And the first part, which was I think debuted in August of 2024. He went and shot, instead of shooting the final 6 episodes for Yellowstone, he first told Taylor Sheridan that he was going to be available for 60 shooting days. Then he went on and told Paramount that he was going to only be available for 20 days of shooting. And then he narrowed it down to like 3. So they're like, you know what? We don't even need you. We're going to go ahead and write you off the show. I don't think anybody anticipated he would be written off the show in like the first 7 seconds of the first episode.
And he's the main guy.
He's the whole thing's he's the main. The whole thing's based on him.
And it's the final season.
And it's the final, not only the final season, but now we're down to the final 6 episodes.
Okay.
And so,
Game of Thrones showed that you can wipe out main characters and still, have a strong show. So I'm sure that Yellowstone will continue to go on.
I think it's done. I think it's done.
I think it's done.
Here's
too.
Costner's reaction. And Lummy, during the time that he was supposed to be shooting the Yellowstone stuff, he was shooting this crappy ass Western called Horizon that did nothing in the movie theater. Hold on, here we go.
Is he Bubba? Is he an all-time great? Like, is he?
Yeah, is
he like a De Niro?
Yeah.
And a DiCaprio.
I mean, you think of all the movies he's been in.
He is. He's in that elite stat. He's in the Tom Cruise.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
He gets
a $10 million a film.
I think he's in that category. 813-90 Bubba, if you'd like to call in and hopefully wish us a happy Thanksgiving and not be a troll. But we got our Charlie alert on. Hello.
I'll start with happy Thanksgiving, fellas, and everybody out there listening.
It's Scouting, the infamous Scouting Big Gulp, ladies and gentlemen.
All night long, all we do when we drive is say, turn your brights off, stupid. Turn your brights off, stupid. It's like a mantra we say. All you're doing is illuminating all the moisture in the air. Turn your brights off. And if you ever run into a dust storm, you don't put on any of your lights. You pull off the foot as far as you can, and you shut off everything, and you take your foot off the brake because it gets so bad that you can't see anything, and people will say, oh, that's where the lane is because you're sitting on the shoulder with your lights on, and they'll go over there and they'll hit you.
And so the bottom line is
during a dust storm.
You being a 2 million mile bitch, and I mean that affectionately. You being a 2 million. I mean, you got 2 million miles under your belts. I got to think that you.
I didn't even know a dust storm was a real thing.
I got to think. I got to think that you and Big Gulp have seen every potential weather situation, from torrential downfall of rain to snow to sleet to hail to fog to dust storms. And I mean, I'm sure within the trucker handbook of having 2 million miles under your belt, there's a protocol for all of it.
Yes. The biggest thing is, look, at speed limits are for ideal conditions during the daylight when you can see. That's when it's 70 miles an hour because you can see so far up the road, you can anticipate stuff. The roads are high and dry, you have best traction. The second the roads get wet and stuff, speed limits, they don't really apply. You're supposed to slow down for the conditions that are allowed. So if like what you were talking about before, that scenario, one lane, everybody should slow down. And the biggest thing is space management, especially anybody going up north for the holiday season. Just slow down and don't group up with other people, because the second somebody does something stupid, you don't have enough time to react safely and you don't have a way out. So don't bunch up, slow down, and don't do no sudden movements. You don't want to brake hard. You don't want to do fast wheel movements. You don't want to accelerate hard, because anything you do quickly on bad roads just exasperates the problem.
I mean, do you think that going 100? You think going 108?
Oh, your video had me cringing like nobody's business.
Oh my God! I mean,
Thursday I sat on I-65 just north of Purdue in the Lafayette area for 3 hours because an idiot pulling a trailer was going too fast, and exactly the stuff that you were showing, rolled, blocked 2 lanes, so there was only 1 lane open, and we were creeping. Then another guy took to the open lane, going too fast, caused another accident, and so we sat there for 3 hours and didn't move. We were 42,000 pounds, couldn't get traction because the road froze back up underneath us.
Were you watching my video? Man, it was it was sketch. Really?
Yes, it was sketch. I was watching. I think oh my God, a deer is going to run out in front of them. It's all bad. He needs to stop. I couldn't even watch it no more.
Yeah, and Merch Crick was, I mean, I think I had to give her half a Xanny to be able to film because she was like having anxiety.
Is that rain or snow?
Oh, this is snow.
Okay.
This is part of my video. I got it up to 108.
It was nasty up there last Thursday.
It was. Anyway, Scout, love you, my friend. Thank you.
We love you too. What is it going to cost to get some fog lights put on his Hemi? we're down for contributing.
Okay.
Love you guys.
Right, bye now. Seth's gonna let me. Here is
Kimber Scott, get the 5 subs.
here's me driving in some really, really bad conditions in Indiana last Thursday
You were in
night.
what? A Kia SUV?
I was in a Kia SUV front. Thank God I had front wheel drive because front wheel drive is far better in the snow.
Did you have snow tires?
No, I just had regular whatever.
Phone just got my phone that's got a weather report. Yeah, but it's snowing. It's saying back it down.
And let me, I'd already passed like 4 or 5 salt trucks, so there, I'm going 88.
Okay.
Is that? Ask him, does it look sketch?
Yes, they said it looks nauseating. Careful.
Okay.
Yes, it's snowing, guys.
I got both hands on the
Look
wheel,
at
which
the-
I'd never put 2 hands on the wheel. Look at my hands. Hey, look at my hands. I never put 2 hands on the wheel.
10 and 2.
So you know.
can't see because it's dark, but it's 10 and 2.
Let me, you can tell I was going 80 right there.
Yeah,
I was
wow.
going, you can, I'm not trying to tell on myself or nothing.
Back her
All
off.
right, that's it.
Back
That's
her
it.
off.
That's it.
Thank you.
I think, let me, that's where I got her to 108. As soon as I got on a little dry ground, 90. By the way, this is on our YouTube channel, and it's open for everybody to look at for free. 5. So I'm 105 here.
Full trucker effect.
You know what? Look at the rain's getting.
Yeah,
This
it's
is
getting heavier.
ice. This is ice.
Chuck McDowell.
Poor Merch
Welcome
Crib is going to
the
die
Bubble Army.
shouting out
He just
idiotic
became a
stuff
member.
from
Thank you,
chat.
Chuck.
I figured this, man. We either raise a decent amount of money, or people would see me die live on YouTube.
That could get us some money, too.
I mean, can you imagine how viral Bubba the Love Sponge dies while broadcasting live at 108 in Indiana?
Well, I mean, Bubba, if you came out of the wreckage, I mean, that would be the second
Thinking
act I've been all waiting
I'd
for.
be like Christopher Reeve,
Yeah.
like in a way.
Well,
All right, guys, my record tonight's 108. I don't think I can beat it because now look at this.
Hey, we're getting.
This is
rain.
and let me like I could feel the slick. There was one time that I was scared.
Little black ice?
It was right by Grissom Air Force Base, going over a little bridge before I got onto State Road 24, and it started to kind of step out on me, and I had to like double foot it.
He kept yelling at Erica. Don't ever show how fast I'm going ever.
I'm like, don't show how fast I'm going because people are going to use it against me. 'Cause I'm not.
Yeah, that one guy just had to issue a big ass statement. So you're right.
I don't know if you
Icy
can do
roads and
100.
rain.
I really don't know if you can do 110 in this. I'm going to try to get it up.
So this is safer than me driving with my
stomach's getting
brakes.
a little queasy.
Oh, you okay, babe?
Tequila.
All right, that guy's got his bright enough. All that. That's just every reason why you should follow our YouTube channel, which is at the Bubba Army, because you may get things like that. I'm headed back to Indiana on Saturday and to watch the Warsaw Tigers take on the Decatur Central
Hawks.
Pigeons.
Yeah, the Pigeons. It's a home field advantage for him.
And at Lucas Oil Field where the Colts play. My good friend Rico, who owns Fathead Eyewear, he's got a luxury box at Lucas.
Nice.
So I'm going to be able to be in a box.
Do you think maybe next year we could broadcast from spring practice, like as the year starts?
No.
Okay,
I don't
all
want
right.
to do
Great
that.
idea, Seth.
Okay, I'm just trying to really okay.
Lummy, this is Kevin Costner and his opinion on how they took him out like minute 1. You know what, Lummy? I was like, serves you right, Costner. You're going to be a dick. And you know what, Lummy? The body double that they used, like they didn't even need Kevin Costner there to shoot that scene.
No.
They just used some jobber or camera guy that looked like him. And I think this is really the first time that Costner has commented on how Yellowstone wrote him off.
So that doesn't make me want to rush to go see it.
This was only a part of Kevin Costner's reaction to his character John Dutton's death in Yellowstone Season 5's brand new episode. Within the first 5 minutes of the episode, we saw Beth and Casey's heart-wrenching reactions to their father's death, who was found dead in the bathroom of his governor's mansion. In the
Spoiler.
beginning, we all thought it was a self-inflicted death, but
Here, let's go.
he was forced to leave.
I didn't leave. I didn't quit the show.
The reason, he says, is clear.
Oh, Lummy, this is the first kind of, like explanation that I've ever heard come from his mouth.
Good.
Apparently,
Weird.
Kevin was planning on working on the Horizon movies and had a contractual obligation to his cast and crew. And Yellowstone producers and Taylor Sheridan knew that. However, they could not start production for part 2 on time and wanted to move the filming date twice. Kevin accommodated them on those 2 occasions, but when they asked to postpone for the 3rd time, he could not say yes because he had to film.
Well, you know what? It sounds like maybe they've spun Costner to be the problem, where
it wasn't him.
It was the Yellowstone people that moved it 3 times, and he was contractually obligated to another movie. So I think this is a prime example of they've kind of spun Costner to be the dick when it sounds like Yellowstone moved it 3 times. At least that's Costner's story.
From his movie on the promised date.
And finally, when they wanted to change it a 3rd time, because I had my obligations to do, I had 300 people waiting for me, I couldn't help them anymore.
What do you think about that? Do you think it's Kevin's or Taylor Sheridan's fault that John had to be killed off on the show? Because earlier, when Kevin first announced his departure from the show, he didn't provide any details about why he couldn't film any episodes for 5B.
Hi, everyone. I just want to reach out and let you know that after this long year and a half of working on Horizon and doing all the things that's required.
By the way, I watched part 1 of Horizon. Part 1 was in the movie theaters. I found it, I got a pirate copy of it.
Nice.
Watched it. Now, supposedly it was so crappy that the movie theaters aren't even carrying part 2 and 3, but I thought part 1 was actually pretty good.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
A lot of hot Native American chicks in there. A lot of,
How'd this guy come back from Waterworld?
Oh, he did. Waterworld didn't even phase this guy. Waterworld really didn't phase anybody except the investors. I mean, the actors made it through. Look at everybody that was on Waterworld, considered one of the biggest theatrical flops ever. I think the budget was $300 million. I think they made like $42 million. But in this Waterworld gimmick, it was like a pirate kind of deal. It had all these A-list celebrities. They all punched through okay, but man, there were a lot of probably a big time, because the way the movie industry works is this. They go and get investors, at, 50, 80 million, whether it's hedge funds investors or private investors, and they finance the movie to the movie production company, and then the investors are the first to get their money back, plus some points and things. But that's how the movie business works. Everything is financed. Like Sony and Lionsgate, and they don't take any risk. They go out and get investors for the most part.
And thinking about,
I think the investors of you might be able to look it up. How much did Waterworld lose?
Yellowstone, that beloved series that I love, that I know you love. I just realized that I'm not going to be able to continue season 5B or into the future.
103 million.
It lost that much?
Yeah, 103 million.
It lost 103 million. So
it really changed me. I loved it, and I know you loved it. And I just wanted to let you know that I won't be returning. And I love the relationship we've been able to develop, and I'll see you at the movies.
And all the comments were really angry at him, saying things like, should have at least just finished the last bit of season 5. I really like him as an actor, but can't help but feel like he hung his co-stars out to dry a bit. Another one said, you should have at least finished Yellowstone. That okay, I guess. When Kevin talked about episode 9...
So again, I fast forwarded to when he's talking about it.
And he first...
With this, the Michael... Schmierkanish
show program?
The Michael Schmierkanish
commented on how his face has been...
that's what Sirius XM wants now, are shows like these and not shows like Howard or ours. They don't want radio shows. They want this type of stuff.
Been used in all posters and trailers, even though his...
By the way, did you see Joe Ma?
No, what?
Just joined a subscription for our YouTube channel.
Oh, thank you.
I picked it up before you did.
Yes, you did. The season, which is something fans have noticed as well. Even though we all knew Kevin would not appear, all Yellowstone trailers for the new season included his scenes, and Kevin made fun of that. He also revealed that his focus has been on Horizon 2 and 3 and that he didn't really know when the new Yellowstone episode would come out. Apparently, he hasn't watched the episode.
Man, Horizon's got this hot little... and she's a whore.
Really?
Yeah, right here. This girl here, she's a prostitute. And Costner takes up with her.
Is there nudity?
No, there's no nudity.
Did Costner ruin anything by coming out and jumping out and saying that I'm not going to be a part of it, knowing that they were going to have to kill him off, or he pretty much, spoiled it for everybody that loves the show?
No, Lummy and I are huge show lovers, and it did take a little zing out of it, but it's going to be interesting where we all know what they're going to do. They're going to kill Jamie. That's what they're going to do.
Yeah,
and Beth Oliveira, the woman that plays Jamie's lover in The Bad Girl.
Yeah,
she's from St. Pete.
Really?
She's from St. Pete, and her dad owns a pawn shop over in the Largo area. Beth Oliveira, look her up. She was also in House of Lies with Don Cheadle. She was Don Cheadle's ex-wife in House of Lies, and she's from St. Pete.
Out. Apparently, he hasn't watched the episode, but was told about his character's death the next morning by other people.
Sometimes I'm like just a passenger in my life. There's a lot going on, and somebody said, it played.
This makes me like Costner better, Lummy, knowing that he was available for the two dates, the one date, then the date that they switched, and the date that they switched again. But upon the third switch, he had a movie already planned with 300 people on set, and he couldn't do it. This kind of changes my outlook on Costner a little bit.
Last night, and I said, okay. So, no, I found out about it this morning, actually.
Even though Kevin had previously talked about 2 possible ways his character could die on the show with Taylor Sheridan, fake wasn't one of them. Despite not liking how John's death was depicted.
So anyway, enough of all that. It's not a spoiler alert because the first 32 seconds of the very first episode of them coming back, the whole thing opens up with John killed himself.
Yeah,
but he really didn't.
Yeah,
his son had him killed for $50 million.
Mm-hmm.
Is Yellowstone one of the best shows?
One of,
yes.
I'm a hold on, sir. I'm a 1883, 1923, Yellowstone, Mayor of Kingstown, anything that Taylor Sheridan puts out, I'm watching. Mayor of Kingstown, Tulsa King, and now the newest one, Landman. Have you seen that with Billy Bob Thornton?
I have not, but I heard it's really good.
Oh, it's good. And his daughter in this. Oh, my God.
And it's Dawn Oliveira.
I'm sorry. What I call
Dawn,
her?
Beth.
Dawn Oliveira from St. Pete,
Florida.
Florida.
She is from St. Pete,
Yes. Hello.
Bubba, good morning. FD Northeast up here. I'd like to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving.
Back at you, everybody. Hopefully, you get to spend some time with your family tomorrow. I know that I will. I'm really missing my family. Haven't seen my family in about 2 or 3 weeks, and so I really start missing my sister and my mom after an extended amount of time. I love both of them so very much. So what's going on?
Well, you're talking about your fog issue. I can top that. We're experiencing up here frozen fog right now.
Boy, that would have made Seth have to pop a Zofran if he would have dealt frozen.
I'm not coming to work that day.
Sponjo, I'm over here at the racetrack by Channel 10. You might want to have somebody come get me because I got full-blown frozen fog. My Hemi's frozed over. I can't make it, Sponjo.
Well, from what I'm hearing, 95 corridor along Rhode Island is an absolute disaster. I think what's happening is the fog's rolling in off the ocean. And I guess from what I'm hearing, it is absolutely froze up 95 into black ice down there.
Well, thank God I'm going into Indy. I'm not renting a car or nothing. I'm Ubering right to my hotel, which is hooked on to Lucas Field. I never have to go outside. And then Larry Plummer's going to give me a ride back to the airport the next morning.
Nice.
Well, I just wanted to just run that by you because it was just funny how you brought up the fog issue. And I got something here for you.
Appreciate
there
it.
you go, buddy.
Thank you, buddy. Stay safe, okay?
You got it.
Happy Thanksgiving. Also, Lummy Tease, happy Thanksgiving with 100.
Thank you.
And Hierarchy. Lummy, his message is Lummy rocks.
All right.
250.
Damn.
It's going to be a great day for us today. I'll come back with Dion's Full Hot. Dion's Full Hot that Travis Hunter is not a finalist for the Jim Thorpe Award. That award goes to the best defensive back in college football. He's full hot, and Dion won that award, of course.
Of course.
And Dion's way to fix this is, of course, I'm gonna do my Dion impersonation, which is horrible. I've I think the ongoing ribble on me is that I'm horrible at impersonations. I'll just give Travis Hunter my Jim Thorpe Award. And I think Dion's turned it into sumo.
I think he is.
I think everybody's sumo, black or white.
I thought that was actual audio you were playing, Bubba.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
No.
Or what was it? The Postman, yeah.
Was it a rom-com?
It was where he was a post. It was 3 hours, and he was a postman during like the apocalypse. He was delivering
That sounds kind of cool.
Hey, did you hear?
across the country.
Talk
I
bad
think
about
that
me.
was a lot of people too.
No. What happened?
He just talked some shit about me.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
He said your name? Really?
So, am I gonna call the police?
Hey. Yeah. You want me to play it for you?
Hierarchy, gifted 20 subs. Thank you, Hierarchy. PJE Pros gifted 10 subs. Thank you, Wayne, becoming a member. Thank you, Hierarchy. Come back with that.
He wasn't.
Subsummer Autograph Travis, I think your thing should be up there now. Your logo. It's a big buck. Happy Thanksgiving, Hierarchy. T-shirt will, thank you. What's up, Big Red? Thank you for last night, helping out. Really appreciate it. Your name's Green, Dave Rock, or the Yellow Star. I think so, Paper Tiger Pauling. That excites you? All right, cool. You see it? Okay. Yeah, there you go. Oh my God. Take me home the night in his head. Hopefully he sets her singing it. No, Kemper Scott. I've not been back to mine since I graduated. They disowned me, I feel. I don't get the respect I deserve there. So I will not be going back there. Kemper Scott. I made the state championship a couple years ago, I think. know Lieber Jeeber.
What happened?
Lieber Jeeber said you were talking shit about Bubba.
I was?
He just said someone was talking
Yeah, yeah, sure I was. Let's go. Let's go.
You know,
with it.
he didn't say you. He said,
What?
He said someone was.
Let's. Lummy, this is going to be a year of blaming everything on me, so let's start now.
Oh, the year's almost over now.
Well, no, this next year.
Oh,
I'm
wow.
saying 2025 is the year of blame.
2025 on?
Yeah, so I'm saying let's just start now shifting everything towards me so I can get ready for January 1st.
Oh, okay.
I got to practice taking everything on. Shit.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I'm in a really good mood today. I think we're going to have a good show so far. Tell me the money's been strong.
T-shirt Will 25 Hierarchy gifted 20 subs and BJE gifted 10 subs.
Hell yeah.
Is that all? Are those all YouTube Willies?
Yes, sir.
Nice. Go to our YouTube channel at The Bubba Army and you'll get some members only stuff. I'll be doing some stuff from Indianapolis. Lummy, I heard from my girl, Julie Caldwell.
Really?
Formerly married to one of the biggest studs, one of the best looking dudes ever to go through Warsaw. I mean, as a guy, I'm secure enough in my own sexuality to say, like, you know, when I was going through high school, there was like, you know, Jerry Yeager was a good looking dude. And Rich Caldwell was a good-looking dude. And Phil Lowe was a good-looking dude. And Joe Kralis was a good-looking dude. You know what I'm saying? And Julie Caldwell ended up marrying and having, I think, a child or two with Rich Caldwell, who went on to be like the most, you know, famous hairdresser. And he wasn't gay.
Huh.
Some people think that men hairdressers are gay. Well, Rich Caldwell was Rich Caldwell could pull any ass he wanted in town. And anyway, his ex-wife, or I should say widow, listens to the show out of Fort Wayne.
Is she going to the game?
She said no. I'm not going. We are family Thanksgiving, but excited for see them to go to state. She said, fun fact, the head football coach at Angola, Andy Thomas, is married to Rich Caldwell's sister, Beth. See, it's all 11 degrees. It's all 5 degrees separation up there in Indiana.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. They'll keep it in the family.
Yeah. Here's Dion talking about the fact that Travis Hunter got, you know, shunned, if you will, for the Jim Thorpe Award. I do think he is a finalist for the Fred Biletnikoff Award, which is the best wide receiver. I think they have, is it the Outland Trophy for the best lineman? I'm trying to think of all the trophies you get for position. I think listen, the Biletnikoff Award goes to what I think is the best wide receiver. The Jim Thorpe Award, I think, goes to the best of defensive back. I think the Outland Trophy goes to the best offensive lineman. Now, I don't know if they have a linebacker, defensive.
That's the Buckus Award.
Oh, the Buckus Award.
Yes.
How about that, Seth?
Yeah, they got the Lou Groza Award for place kicker. They got the Ray Guy for punter. They got the Maxwell Award for player of the year. They got the Davey O'Brien for best QB.
Walker for Doak Walker for top running back.
Yep.
Oh, is that Doak Walker from Florida State deal?
Yeah. And then
that's all of them.
You got the Bullsworth Trophy, which is the top top walk-on.
Who?
The walk-on. No, the Bullsworth. He was a walk-on at
Bullsworth.
He was offensive lineman at Arkansas.
And then did he go on into the league?
Yeah, and he died in a car accident. He was a stud. His 1 year in the league, he died in a car accident.
Really?
Yeah.
But Travis Hunter's up for defensive player of the year.
Yeah, that's the they have that, just a defensive player of the year?
Yeah, the Czech Badernik Award, defensive player of the year, Travis Hunter.
I wonder what athlete. Now, of course, you know, the coup de grace, the big crown jewel in all these awards, of course, is the Heisman. That's the big one. But I wonder, like, if you're a Heisman, if you win the Heisman, you also are eligible for a bunch of others. Like, I think maybe the year that Didn't Desmond Howard win the Heisman one year?
Yeah.
He might have he was also a wide receiver, so he probably won probably won the Biletnikoff Award, probably won the Heisman. Let me be interesting to see what college player won the Heisman, has won the most awards, because you could very well win. Like if for instance, Seth, if you're a defensive back, you could win not only the Jim Thorpe Award, but also the Best Defensive Player Award, right? If you were a do they have the Best Offensive Player Award?
Yes. Crap. I closed out my window. They do have the best offensive player. I'd have to look for it.
Yeah.
I'm looking for the most
awards by any college athlete. I mean, I got to think that a guy could pick up 3.
I'm wondering if how many Tebow had.
Yeah, Tebow was probably best quarterback, Heisman, and maybe best offensive. But I got to think that the average Heisman guy, if you win Heisman, you probably picked up a couple more too of those lesser known. Jim Thorpe, Biletnikoff, Dick Butkus. That. Are you researching?
Yeah, I mean, Tim Tebow, Bubba, had 2 Maxwell Awards, Davey O'Brien, William Campbell, James E. Sullivan, the Manning Award, the Werfel Trophy, the AP Football College Player of the Year, the Quarterback of the Year, the Consensus All-American.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, 2-time Male Athlete of the Year for the SEC, 2-time SEC Offensive Player of the Year, 3-time All-SEC First Team, Florida Football Ring of Honor, Heisman Trophy winner.
You have to build you have to build a new separate garage just to be able to have all your awards. You have to have an award house.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and just say Tebow's up there.
He probably will. Isn't that amazing that probably the most highly decorated college player never really made it in the league? And here's the thing, man. I don't think that they ever really gave him a chance.
They did. They wanted him to be a tight end, and he wanted to be a quarterback, and then that's why it didn't happen.
And then all the drama and media that came with him, I think a lot of people considered it a distraction.
It was, but it was only I don't think
he's such a nice guy.
He didn't bring anything with him. It was just that people were so anti-religion, or they thought that he was some sort of fraud, lying about his virginity. That's what the distraction was. But he never did. He didn't commit any crimes, or he didn't do anything to where
he was clean as the wind-driven snow.
Right. That's what the problem was.
Yeah. I mean, it's like almost he was too clean. But if he was too clean.
But if he would have decided that he didn't want to play quarterback, he'd be in the NFL.
But remember the playoff game against Pittsburgh?
Pittsburgh, yeah.
Where he came in, he wasn't the starter, was he?
I think he was. He had Demaryius Thomas on that.
I think that
did Manning get hurt?
No, Manning was already done with the Broncos at that point.
But he wasn't the starter for the Broncos. He was backup Willie.
They had Kyle Orton, I think, that year playing.
And he came in, man, hit that one guy across. I mean, he won the game.
He sure did.
I mean, they drafted him in the first round.
Yeah.
They drafted him to be a starter.
Oh, Broncos did?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Was it Mike McDaniel?
Yeah, it was McDaniel.
Or Josh McDaniels? Yeah, Josh McDaniels.
Man, he was, and then everybody's like, oh, he's a fraud. He's got and he really wasn't. He really, later on down in life, you don't see him on the P. Diddy freak show list.
No.
You don't, he never got caught up in nobody has any footage of him doing anything wrong. Nobody has a text message, of him telling some cheerleader, there's nothing. He genuinely was as clean and wholesome as what he portrayed himself to be. He literally was. I mean, because by
he was
now
the opposite of Jameis Winston, and now we all praise Jameis.
Right. And look who's still in the league. Right. And Jameis, at the end of the day, here's the thing: Jameis, if he becomes an unrestricted free agent after Cleveland this year, he might get some. And Rhett, your mic's on as well. If Jameis continues to play, like he is now, not completely choking, but doing pretty good actually. Is he an unrestricted free agent? And I think he'll get some attention in the offseason. I mean, not only will does Cleveland try to re-sign him, or do you does an organization that really needs a quarterback bring him in?
I think that Cleveland will try to re-sign him.
But they got,
if he's okay with mentoring Cam Ward or whomever they draft with their top pick.
Yeah, exactly.
Rhett, what's your opinion on what happens to Jameis? Does he get are there some teams that are going to take a shot at him, that need a starting quarterback?
He's in the gestation stage.
Oh, okay, no problem.
No one's going to bring him in as a starter, Bubba. And no one's going to hand over their,
organization.
$5 billion franchise keys to Jameis Winston.
Well, okay. Here's another sports-related question. Whoever wants to participate, what happens with the Jets? I mean, are the Jets in the Shador Sanders game? Are the Jets, into the drafting, the Cam?
I don't know if they're going to be up that high. I mean, you've already got the Raiders, the Giants, Jacksonville.
I think they've already given have they preserved their number one, or did that go away?
No, they have their number one pick. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't think Aaron Rodgers is going to be back. I think they're going to have a new coach, a new GM, and they're going to want to hit the reset button, and that normally starts with drafting a quarterback. So we'll just see where they end up in the draft. But there's going to be a few guys they'll probably have there.
But I think we all agree Rodgers is gone.
Yes, I think so.
I think he may come back.
I say he's gone from the Jets. I don't think he's done playing football.
Lummy, do you think he's gone from the Jets, or he's not done from football?
I think he's going to weigh a lot on the last 5 games, 6 games, whatever he's going to play.
How it goes?
Yeah.
If him and Devontae can start developing a little bit better of a relationship, if him and Wilson can start connecting a little bit better, if he can make a run, and when they got 5 more games left?
I think so.
Right, and you win maybe 3 of 5.
Yeah.
And end up with 6 and 11?
Yeah, and they start seeing something. I think he comes back as a Jet, play one more year.
I think he could too.
And makes it and takes that money.
But what if the Jets say, nope, we're done? At that point, do you think there's anybody in the league that step up and that gives this guy a chance?
No, I don't think there's
I don't know of any organization.
One team that misses out on a quarterback. I don't know who that team will be right now, but one team will say that they're a quarterback away.
So in the quarterback world, Seth, what are we looking at college-wise in the quarterback world? You got the kid from Miami. You got the kid from you got Shador. You got the kid from.
I've seen Jalen Monroe up there.
Yeah. So,
I don't know. I'm just telling you guys that
last year we had an absolute just chocked full quarterback class. This year, what do you got? 4, maybe 5.
I mean,
maybe how many? And maybe only.
The kid from Texas is pretty good.
Quinn Ewers.
Maybe 3. Maybe 3 or 4 first rounders. Of course, all high-profile quarterbacks in college usually go first round. I mean, they usually listen, we need this guy. He's the future of our franchise. At least that's what we think. He's not going to be there for the second. But are there 4 teams? I mean, I'd say there's probably 3 guys: the Texas dude, the Miami dude, and Shador. And who am I missing?
Alabama QB.
Maybe the Ohio State guy.
Maybe the Oregon kid, too.
Oh, Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah.
All right, so say there's 4, maybe 5. Do they all go in the first, and who do they go to? I mean, you got the Jets that need somebody.
Raiders.
I think Shador. And I've been saying this, and I saw a sports show contemplate whether Dion was going to go and go to go pro. I'm telling you right now, I've talked to him. I know him quite well. He's not going to the pros. What he does just doesn't make, there's not a lot of college coaches that have success in the pros. Now, there have been some. Jim Harbaugh at the top of that.
Yeah.
But, not a lot of guys, not even Nick Saban could really make Urban Meyer.
Oh,
I mean, so Dion cannot probably talk to that pro guy the way he can talk to the other dude. And the other dude is, Lummy, he wouldn't be as aggressive in recruiting right now. Did you see that he is just picking them off?
Oh, yeah.
He is picking them off.
Well, the good
so
thing
everybody
is,
needs to stop with, and I don't even think Dion, I think Dion has planted his roots in Colorado. He can win a Big 12 championship. He can. He can win a big, he should.
He came close this year.
He came. Right. He should have.
Yeah.
Had they not choked, won this year, or at least been in the game. If you make it for the Big 12 championship, if you at least make it to the game, you're and you win the Big. Then you're one of the top 4 seeds.
Yeah.
You get and Colorado is not that far away. Supposedly he flipped the number 1 quarterback recruit that was, I think, slated to go to USC. I think he flipped the number one quarterback guy to Colorado.
Is this
number one
Shador's last year?
What? What's that?
Is this Shador's last year?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. Here's Dion.
Well,
How is Travis Hunter?
Dion and the coaching thing people don't forget is that he's really good friends with Nick Saban, and I think Nick Saban's advising him, don't go to the NFL.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Dion's going to get back on TV. He'll end up back on NFL Network, or he'll do college coverage.
Dion ain't going nowhere. Dion's coaching football.
Yeah.
Dion's coaching football.
When all of his kids are gone and he's done coaching in Colorado.
Yeah, he's not.
I think he'll get into TV again.
Maybe he's my age. He's 57, 58 years old.
Yeah, he keeps doing them commercials.
How
He's
old,
all over my television.
How old is Nick Saban?
70?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say Dion does this till he's 70, which is 12 years. Then maybe he dabbles in College Game Day and
I don't
all
think
that
he
kind of
coaches
stuff.
that long.
But I do.
I don't know. Chance.
He loves it.
I think he's done coaching within the next 5 years.
I think you're wrong. I'd bet anything I own on it.
Well, especially if they're
I don't know
winning,
much
too.
though, buddy. I don't know much, buddy. And your paycheck's still pending. So
mark the tape, Lummy.
Oh, okay.
let me
5
mark
years.
the tape.
In 5 years?
I say
That's the window, 5 years. I
Yeah.
think within 5 years he'll be done.
mark the tape, Lummy.
All right.
By 2030, he'll still be coaching.
How is Travis Hunter snubbed by the Jim Thorpe Award? You can have my award. You can have it back. Matter of fact, I'm going to give him mine. I ain't using it. Just sit up there collecting dust. So Travis could have my Thorpe Award because if this ain't the most idiotic thing in college football, that he's not a finalist for the Jim Thorpe Award, and he is...
Neil Mount plays your $20, Lummy, on a super with Mark That Tape.
Mark the tape.
I would say arguably, but I don't think it's really an argument about this young man being the best defensive back in college football. I ain't saying nothing about the receiver part of it. I'm just talking about defensive back. He rarely gets thrown at. He's won a game for tackling for us, and he's always...
Very rarely, man, is a DB noted for his tackling skills. In that one game where he punched out the ball on the goal line, he single-handedly did win the ball game.
Sure did.
On point. So if you bring up the statistics, I don't know how in the world is Travis Hunter not a finalist for the Jim Thorpe Award. They just pretty much messed up all the integrity of the award, and he could have mine. Whoever's voting down there, who's ever bringing it home, thank you, because I don't even want mine now. God bless you.
Didn't Dion pretty much just diminish the importance of it by saying it's just collecting dust, which means it means nothing to him? So
Well, I mean, I think it means nothing to him with the fact that you've diminished the importance of the award by not recognizing truly who probably is the best defensive back in all of college football. How do you argue that he's not as good as? I mean, if you look at the 2 or 3 other dudes, I think there's a guy from Georgia,
Ohio State, and Texas.
and if you statistically look at, I think that he compares statistically to all of those guys.
The only one he's behind at interceptions is the kid out of Texas.
So there's only one guy ahead of him, and out of the 3 that are nominated, only one has more interceptions.
Yeah,
he has more interceptions than the other 2.
He has one more interceptions than Hunter.
Okay. And does he have a pick 6? I think he has. I don't know how many pick 6s. I think he's got a couple pick 6s.
I mean, let's not act like Travis Hunter is getting slighted here. He is up for best all-around player, best wide receiver, best defensive player, most versatile player, and most outstanding player.
But Dion takes that personal because that's the award that he won. That's award, you know deep down that he's the one that coaches the DBs, and he takes that personal.
I know. It's
Here's 3 dudes that don't know what they're talking about.
Colorado is in...
Or they're saying exactly what I said, is that Dion ain't going nowhere. But Lummy, they get into a little bit how he's really, really, really excelled. And he got a bunch of I guess he got a bunch of IMG guys.
Oh, really? Nice.
Good shape. He says he's staying. He's got his kickstand down. Darn, that's a good line. He's got the best lines. Last weekend, he had a whole slew of guys from IMG Academy up.
Which, let me ask, probably as the crows flies, IMG Academy is probably 25 miles from our studios.
Yeah, about that.
Have you ever been there?
I have been there one time, and it is unbelievable.
I heard it's literally
like a college. It's like a little college.
Like in some instances better.
Oh yeah, the facilities.
Than
and they just breed and harvest athletes there, right?
That's all they do is harvest athletes. They
put them in a lab. I mean, right? I mean, it's all. I mean,
there's two ways to get in. Either you're really, really good and they recruit you, or your dad pays $75,000 a year for you to go there. For real.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of those guys. Bunch of Bubba Clems that are slow and fat as hell, but their dad's loaded, and they're like, yeah, hey, I want to prestigiously be able to see that my kid's an IMG guy.
Boulder to visit. Prime's done.
People forget, Lummy, they equate IMG with college, but it's high school.
It is.
It's from IMG Academy up in Boulder to visit. Prime's done very well at IMG. I don't know whether they're going to flip those guys. It's one thing to flip kids from USC. It's another to get them from Alabama or Ohio State. But the expectation amongst the recruiting gurus is he's going to close big in the next 2 weeks, I think, to when signing day.
They're saying he's going to have a top 10 draft. I'm sorry, a top 10 recruiting signing, he's going to have a top 10 recruiting class, and that's not even considering the portal. And he'll go crazy on the portal because he's legitimized Colorado now. He's shown you that he can turn them around with the right personnel. His first year, he inherited a bunch of guys that he had to get rid of. Now he truly has his staff, including Warren Sapp, and his players in place. And he's just going to continue to get stronger. And it'll be interesting if this quarterback that he flipped from USC is going to be the starter. I don't even know who his second string guy is, and what is he, like a freshman or a sophomore? Is he the guy on the current team? Is he the next big thing, or is the guy the number one rated quarterback in the country who just committed to Colorado? Is that your guy?
No. The number one quarterback in the country just went to Michigan.
He's the number two guy, Julian Lewis.
I'm sorry, Julian, the number two guy, Seth. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay. The number one guy is the number one guy by a mile, so that's why it's important.
So Colorado got the number two guy to flip, right, Lummy?
Yes.
Now, is that guy, just like Shador came in at Jackson State and started as a freshman, does Dion do that, or is there a guy ahead of him on the depth chart that's better? I guess, only spring football will tell you.
Yes.
Yeah, pretty much.
And there could be 3, 5, 6 more top 200 type high school recruits committing to Colorado. And that would push his recruiting class into the mid-teens, and then he's got proof of concept now, and it gets rolling. So I say that doesn't seem like a guy who's heading to the NFL.
Yep, I'm with you. I agree. The conclusions
All right, enough of all you nonsense guys, 3 New Yorkers that got some type of show. I'm just telling you, I've said all along, Dion's not going anywhere. And unlike Rhett, I think that he's there for another 10 years. He writes his own paychecks, man. If Florida State or somebody would make a run at him and say, listen, we'll give you, I think he's making $6.9 million now. But there's all types of incentives. Like if they make a bowl game, he gets $500,000. You could probably pull up Dion's contract.
Yeah.
But whoever would come, whatever big school would come at him.
$5.7 million is what he's making.
Okay. So let's say Florida State came by and said, we'll give you 10. You don't think Colorado will say, we'll match it? We'll match it.
Yeah, they're making enough money.
Yeah, we'll match it. I mean, and I don't know that Dion could have the success in the ACC that he could. I think he's positioned himself in a conference that he can win in. It's not normally a really, really, really strong conference.
Nope.
And I think that he's positioned, and he runs Boulder. Like he runs Boulder.
He has positioned himself with the Big 12, which is perfect with the playoffs, because the SEC is going to beat themselves up to battle to get to a top position in the playoffs.
You got the Big Ten and the SEC that are just killing each other.
Yeah, like
they're just killing each other.
Alabama possibly is not going to make the playoffs or anything.
They're not making the playoffs.
In the Big 12, they could be running the Big 12.
Right.
So Colorado, it's totally different now that a Big 12 makes the college playoffs. So he wins it, he gets in the playoffs, and then he can prove it.
Not only you get, if you win the Big 12, not only do you get in the playoffs, but you got a first round bye. Yeah. You're a top 4 seed.
And now you're playing a lot of those SEC teams.
They're only taking 4 first. The winners of the Big 10, the Big 12, the ACC, and the SEC all get first round byes.
Yes,
those are teams 1 through 4. Now teams 5 through 12 battle it out. That's where they all of those teams, they get home games. You know what I'm saying? The highest seeds, they actually get an additional home game, and then the next round starts the bowl process.
Yes.
Where the bowls. I think the college with 12 and incorporating the bowls in the second round. I think it's absolutely what college football needed. Do they make it bigger? I don't think they need to.
I think they will. I think they'll go 16 in a couple years.
Hello. Well, I mean, it would only help the bowl systems because right now there's some bowls that really don't matter.
Yes.
But if you're a bowl and you are hosting your part of the college football playoffs, then your bowl has a whole different meaning as to what it means and the value of that bowl.
Yeah, but I mean, the more, and I agree, they'll eventually add more teams, but I mean, the more teams you add, the longer the playoffs are. So, I mean, you're going to have to start these, you're going to start chopping off, regular season games.
Yeah,
to start the playoffs 2 months in advance.
Probably chop off one regular season game, It's
a lot of money.
Hello.
Hey, good morning, Bubba. How are you, sir?
Good. Running late. Got to get into words, but I got you. What you got for me?
Hey, just wanted to say happy Thanksgiving to you and your crew, man. Appreciate you guys. Hope you guys have a good Thanksgiving. Secondly, did you ever get good with Warren Sapp? I heard you mention him talking about Colorado and Dion.
Yeah.
I just didn't know. I know you guys had heat back in the day, and I just didn't know if that ever got resolved.
No, it got resolved. We have no heat, and as a matter of fact, thank you for the heads up because I'm going to reach out to Dion and see if I can get Sapp on. Lummy, that'd be a good get.
Sure would.
For an after show.
Oh yeah.
I don't know that I don't know a lot of people. I don't know that Sapp really plays nice with a lot of people, but he would play nice with me. And I'm gonna try to get Warren Sapp.
Good deal, Bubba. Hey, that sounds great, man. Happy Thanksgiving, you guys. Have a good day.
Appreciate you. Hey, listen, as much as we talk crap about the dude, Sleepy Joe, it looks like Sleepy Joe did something pretty cool yesterday.
Yeah.
Biden announces Israel-Hezbollah ceasefire plan in the Rose Garden yesterday. Now, is this legit? Like, is it, does he really have the, Bibi and who we may think is the leader of Hezbollah in the Rose Garden? Did they actually make it over there, or was this something that he brokered, over the phone? And are they going to stick by it?
I think it's just up to them to listen to it and adhere to it. If they don't, then they don't. But those college girls are going to be stoked.
We'll get to that next. Hold on.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Yeah, they'll probably transfer out. They'll probably get a transfer portal guy in to compete with.
The kid they're bringing in?
Yeah, in spring ball.
It's
because that kid will probably come in spring.
Even though you're great in high school, man, it's tough to have an 18-year-old start a quarterback, man. I mean, I don't even know if Bryce Underwood's probably going to start, right? You think?
Look at Archie. He's supposed to be a stud, and he's kind of.
Well, Archie could have gone. Archie could be playing.
Well,
anywhere.
I know he wanted to.
Yeah, Archie did it. Archie did it the old school way, which will probably benefit him. But yeah, he could, if he wanted to be one of those guys, he could be playing.
Yeah, but I mean, I think he's come out and said that, he's glad he didn't start his first year, just because he said the game speed was just so much different.
Oh yeah, no, he's doing everything the right way, and plus, he figured out he could still make a shitload of money, with
backup.
NIL without having to be a starter. Yeah.
Making like a 10.
Yeah, but isn't he going to be the starter next year?
Yeah.
Is he a freshman?
He's
a sophomore.
He's a sophomore.
So he's got 2 years.
Yeah. He's been killing it.
I mean, you understand, man. He's probably. I mean, they said he was second at 3 or 4. Shador's gets 6. He's probably a $6 million NIL guy next year.
Yeah.
He's probably got $12 million NIL dollars left in college.
Oh, easy.
Yeah.
Yeah. He doesn't even play.
David Ashworth, here's your shout out.
Sorry. What's up, Tajay? Seth, did you tell David Ashworth what the PayPal is?
No, I did give him a shout out.
Oh, okay. I thought that's what I heard.
I wanted to give him a shout out. I didn't want to treat him like another radio station was treating him.
The PayPal is the Bub. It's Bub Army. Bub Army at PayPal. Good morning, Big Lunger. Sorry, Nick. Big Red, we're getting after it. Fucking fog is still pretty thick outside. Paul Bird. What's up, Thomas Gilson? What's up, little Wilbur, Dr. Bird? What's up, City Redneck? Happy Thanksgiving.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
I know I'm going to piss off my family probably a lot. By the way, as I'm looking at pictures behind me, Greg and Amy and Mushroom Mitch, if you'd like your Bubba Army supportive picture behind me on my picture wall, we need more. I'd like to have 4 hours worth. I'd like to have 8 hours worth. I'd like to have 100 hours worth. Send your picture to Bubba Army Pics.
Joe Ma, $10 super chat.
Bubba Army Pics, P-I-C-S, Bubba Army Pics at gmail.com, and get on my back wall, cuz. I probably will get heat because I'm either going to go full-blown, wide open, live from my family Thanksgiving on YouTube, or I'm going to do a, members only kind of go. That seems like kind of a members, I don't know, but wide open could really get some big numbers. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's true.
Slippery slope there.
People want to see that Thanksgiving at the.
How about I'll do one members only, and then one wide open.
Oh, your family's really going to get pissed.
Oh, they hate me. my sister especially. She's like, we're tired of you always trying to make content. I'm like, well, Tara, I don't make enough money, in regular radio to be able to pay my bills. So I got to be a streamer, content, a D-sucker. So, that's how I pay my bills. I pay my bills through the streaming aspect. The streaming portion of my business is how I pay my bills. That's how Seth Kushner's check is pending right now. And not bounced.
Do you want to set the Thanksgiving up as like a content house style where we camera everything up?
No.
Okay.
So you need Macho and Rhett over there?
Well, no. Macho and Rhett, I'm not going to get into it, but Rhett and Macho had me buy this new gimmick, and I might be using that. Rhett, you know what I'm talking about. Might be using
Sibian?
No.
Oh yeah.
Might be the debut of those things.
007 type crap.
Yeah, some 007 type crap, Seth.
I love 007.
So I'm gonna and Lummy for
that would be
Erica's dad, who's crazy as a loon. Boo Boo's gonna be there.
Is at your sister's?
Yeah, but I can't even tell you. Boo Boo can't eat Thanksgiving dinner.
To mess up his beer drinking schedule?
No, he's either gonna have to come before and like hang out with the family, and then like take his meal to go, or he's gonna have to just not eat. I can't get into it. But Boo Boo can't eat.
What the hell?
Yeah, there's a big high.
He's got a stomach issue?
Yeah, let's call it that. We'll call it a stomach issue. And Carlos, Coke can. So I got Coke can Carlos and Boo Boo gonna be there.
Wow.
Erica's, now deceased mother Virginia, God bless your soul. Nani, I guess that's what they called her, Nani. She's dead. We just lost her. Well, her most recent husband that I married, remember I married him, Lummy?
Yes, you did.
Coke can Carlos. So both of her ex-husband, well, her widow and her ex-husband are going to be at Tara's, and Erica's son Vicente, and me, and a guy named Joe Kralis that we grew up that lives in.
Oh my God!
It's going to be crazy.
Oh man. This is a lot.
The Egyptian who's always trying to rub his wiener on me.
Is his family going to be there?
No. His dad, the Egyptian's father works for NASA.
Right.
And his mother, he doesn't have a relationship with. So yeah, it's gonna be quite. So it's Tara, the Egyptian, me, Merch Crick, Vicente, my mom, Boo Boo, Coke can Carlos, and Joe Kralis.
It's a lot of different pockets of people coming together.
And I'm sure that none of them want to be part of my YouTube channel. Boo Boo will, because Boo Boo is a ham. Boo Boo is a straight ham. So Boo Boo will want to be on. He'll want to be on. It's just a matter of whether I tape it or I go live. And I think, Rhett, the thing that I got that I think that's more conducive to being live than taping, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
I mean, you can do both, but it'd kill two birds with one stone if you just did it live.
Just did it live. Get the spontaneity. And then Tara's going to get so mad. She gets so mad at me. And then she'll tell my mom, and my mom will take me aside and be like, Tara, let me look at my back page. We got Nikki Field's wife on the shoulders of Scout.
Oh.
And then now she's hugging Tease. And now let me, it looks like is that a ball game? I think you're a little bit behind.
I'm behind you.
Right. Then my mom will come to me and like, Tara says that every time you come over here, you have to be like, they call it being on. Because let me, like when I'm resting, I'm not, like in host mode. But when I'm,
I mean, people want to see your Thanksgiving, Bubba.
I know. It's what I try to tell them. They're like, and they don't want, and my family doesn't want them to see our Thanksgiving.
Well, that's what makes it even better.
Yeah.
To be honest.
So I'm just going to say, it's going to be a complete shiz show because I'm not going to not do it. And they're not going to want me to do it.
Well, that's what's going to make it the best.
Will you bring up politics too, Bubba? Or is that not? Is everybody on the same page in your family? With like, could you bring up?
No.
You get a little politic talk going.
No, I mean, why
I mean, I'm saying, fireworks.
Like, why even talk politics now? Like, we know what we got.
Well, no. I'm saying to get the fireworks going for content at the house.
Well, JD Cakes practically gets mouth gagged by Fox every day. So she like just sucks Fox D.
Right.
Like she's just a walking fox. And Merch Crick is a little more liberal. And Vicente is in his final year in college, and he's very liberal. And Boo Boo doesn't even have a TV.
Well,
there's no one that Boo Boo will fight there, is he?
No, hold on. Boo Boo will fight everybody.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Boo Boo will fight everybody. Coke Can Carlos, I don't know where he...
It's time to find out where everybody's aligns, Bubba.
Lummy LM Close. 250 on the PayPal. What a great day on PayPal, man. Thank you. Hierarchy 250. We had Tease come in at 100. Susan Poitras came in at 2. Mario Gonzalez comes in at 25. Scout and Big Gulp. Thank you so much, LM Close. So Boo Boo will fight everybody. But Boo Boo doesn't even have a TV. Now, Carlos, I think Carlos is probably a little more right-leaning. Joe Kralis, I don't know. I don't know where Joe would be. Maybe that's how I break the ice, Seth, and be like, hey, welcome to Thanksgiving. As you guys all know that you're live on my YouTube channel. Let's talk politics.
Yeah.
Please stand up and tell us who you voted for and why.
No, don't stand up.
We'll bring up the issues, Bubba.
Let's just go. Let's go around the table, and without if you feel comfortable enough about telling me who you voted for and why. That's all you got to say, right?
Yeah.
And my sister, she'll be sitting at the other end of the table, and she will be giving me the biggest dirty look, and then she'll tell my mom, tell him to stop doing this. And then, her husband ain't going to do nothing to me because all he wants to do is rub his wiener on me.
Hell of a guy.
So anyway, I am going to go live from...
Go hit up the golf simulator, too, in the garage. That could be good content. That's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Because Carlos supposedly is a good golfer.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Supposedly Cocan Carlos is a pretty good golfer. Tarek is a good golfer. He has a membership at TPC.
Don't act like you can't grip it and rip it over there, cowboy.
I can't grip. My arms are too short.
No, that's perfect.
Yeah, that's perfect.
I can't grip and rip.
Grip and rip, baby. Low center of gravity.
Listen, let's see how Joe gets. Let's give Joe some love. And maybe this is one of the things I can say during Thanksgiving dinner tomorrow. I'll be like, hey, Mom, I know you hate Joe Biden. Oh, I hate him so much. Let me $100 from Party Kim, formerly Drunk Kim. Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving to you as well. And then, Lummy, did you see the Cash App with Michael Carroll?
No,
you didn't see it. I'm way ahead of you, Lummy.
It just came in on mine, $100.
Michael Carroll, $100. Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, at the Bubba Army. Thank you. Having a great show today.
Mike in Mississippi.
And then I can take it over to my mom, who again, sucks Fox D, and say, hey, Mom, what do you think about, I know you don't like Joe Biden. Oh, I hate him. He doesn't even know what he's doing. Like, well, yesterday he did something pretty good. He announced an Israel-Hezbollah ceasefire. Oh, I doubt that it's real. He's just doing that.
Just spoke with the Prime Minister of Israel and...
Then I'll get Elise on speakerphone, and she'll be like, Janie Cakes, you're wrong. He's a good guy, and I'm telling you right now, you never give him a chance.
Just spoke with the Prime Minister of Israel and Lebanon. I'm pleased to announce that their governments have accepted the United States proposal to end the devastating conflict between Israel and Hezbollah.
Now, if that really, is really going down and it's really happening, this is huge news. This is great.
It's real, but this is with Hezbollah and Lebanon. This is not with Hamas.
Okay.
So this is with one of the groups they've been going back and forth with.
But that's
it's
progress.
Huge. Yes, it's huge.
Huge progress.
Yes.
So if you don't have to worry about Hezbollah, and you got Hamas still working on you, but you don't have to worry about Hezbollah, that's just another stinky sleeper cell that you ain't got to worry about. Now you can not concentrate on them as much and put a little more information and a little bit more detail on Hamas.
Well, it allows a lot of the Lebanese to go back to their homes. It allows a lot of the Israelis to go back to their homes because that's where a lot of fighting was happening. So
great.
I want to thank President Macron of France for his partnership in reaching this moment. For nearly 14 months, a deadly conflict raged across the border that separates Israel and Lebanon. A conflict that began the day after the October 7 attack by Hamas on Israel. Hours later, at 2 a.m. in the morning, Hezbollah and other terrorist organizations backed by Iran, attacked Israel in support of Hamas. Let's be clear. Israel did not launch this war. The Lebanese people did not seek that war either, nor did the United States. Over the next 60 days, the Lebanese army and state security forces will deploy and take control of their own territory once again. Hezbollah terrorist infrastructure in southern Lebanon will not be allowed to be rebuilt. And over the next 60 days, Israel will gradually withdraw its remaining forces. And civilians on both sides will soon be able to safely return to their communities and begin to rebuild their homes, their schools, their farms, their businesses, and their very lives. We're determined this conflict will not be just another cycle of violence. And so the United States, with the full support of France and our other allies.
I feel better knowing that France is in on the deal, too. That makes me feel better. Well, no. I mean, like, if you got the president of France now backing you up, that's we're not a lone ranger out here. We have another country that's, a recognized, good, powerful country.
Has pledged to work with Israel and Lebanon.
I've just been told that one bad dude, Bruce Clem, will be at
is he?
The Thanksgiving deal. He didn't mind. He didn't mind being on camera.
Not at all.
Ensure that this arrangement.
What?
To ensure that this arrangement is fully implemented.
Now, what would be the penalty? Do you think when they talk about something like this, like what would be the penalty if, like, all of a sudden Hezbollah pulls,
Israel erases Lebanon?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, so since this is an agreement in place, then that gives Israel full-blown power. If you renege on this as a country, if Hezbollah be like, does a couple of sleeper cell willies like they've been known to do, then that absolutely means you defaulted on the agreement, and I'm sure there's a we can blow your ass to smithereens clause in there. Right? One would think.
Yeah, I don't think, Bubba, it's like a contract where it goes, if you break this, we're allowed to do this. I think it's just, countries
kind of country law, man law.
Yeah, I think countries kind of will have to decide whether somebody is breaking that or not. But
right, and maybe at that point, that's where France and the USA could really go and give Hezbollah the good news by saying, hey, we had an agreement. It lasted, 30, 40 days, and then you came in here and did a sleeper cell willy. We are now going to put our wrath on you. Well, we can now get involved because you broke the agreement.
And you remember, if people that don't remember, got it confused. It's Israel. Hezbollah was the one they blew up with the pagers and everything like that. So they blew up the guys with the pagers. They were able to get all the leaders of Hezbollah, even the ones that they kept naming after the ones that were killed.
Yeah, Hezbollah's like, man, you guys got some trickery that we hadn't even seen. We got guys got their hips blowed off, so we're out.
It was in Hezbollah's best interest to try to come to this deal because Israel had kind of picked them apart. So, hopefully they'll keep up their end of the deal, and then Israel can focus on Hamas.
Perfect.
Take out Hamas.
Let's Trump's border czar, Tom Homan.
I can't wait to.
He has a message for sanctuary cities and the leaders that are seeking to block mass deportation. Yesterday, we had a clip from the mayor of Denver, that said he'd be willing to go to jail if ICE or Border Patrol or the National Guard, I don't know by what agency, I'm assuming ICE agency, comes into these cities and starts trying to round up illegal immigrants. I don't know, again, I think that's probably ICE, but they might have the National Guard, they have some backup. And there's supposedly some mayors that are, in Philadelphia, Chicago, Minneapolis, Denver.
There's one in Maryland now.
And so they're all saying that as the mayor of these sanctuary cities, we're not going to cooperate with ICE, and that we may block and try to play, reindeer games on you coming in and rounding up these immigrants. And the mayor of Denver yesterday said he would be willing to be arrested. Right, whatever. Well, Tom Homan, the new director of Homeland Security. Well, no, I don't think he's the director. Is he the director of Homeland Security, or is he the border czar?
He's the border czar.
He's got a message, the same message that he gave the guy from Denver yesterday, that I'm going to handcuff your ass and stuff you in the back.
I feel like this guy is so mean. He's going to start kicking out real Americans if he doesn't like the look of you.
I think this guy is real mean, and he's what we need to get real bad people out of our country.
Yeah.
That's my opinion. I think that I think this guy, the last type of person that Tom and Holman wants to mess with is an American. He just wants to get people that came into our Mushroom Mitch 50.
Thank you.
And Joshua Markinson 25. Both on the PayPal's over at G-Ball for today.
It's working.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army. Thank you. This is our last show. We'll be back Monday. I like this guy coming in heavy-handed, and there's no
he's no nonsense.
There's no surprise when the National Guard and ICE show up to Denver and says, tell us. They probably already have the intel of what hotels or gymnasiums or where their sanctuary camps are, right?
I'd be hiding right now. I'd be leaving that camp. I think if I was illegal, I'd be on the move.
I think you're probably good until Trump gets inaugurated.
Yeah.
You might have till the middle of January.
I'm not playing. I'm getting out of there, Bubba. Yo, I'm out. Yeah, I'm out.
You're out. You're living in Claypool, Indiana?
Yes, exactly.
Listen, little Sammy. We're taking you to Claypool, Indiana. It's got just one little elementary school. You might only have 6 people in your class, and you may have to take a horse and buggy to get there, but we're not going to get deported.
If I'm illegal and I escaped, whatever it was, the tyranny or whatever for a better life, I got to stay on the move because I don't want to get sent back.
No.
Don't cross that line. It is a felony to knowingly harbor and conceal an illegal alien from immigration authorities. Don't test us.
You know what he reminds me of?
Who?
Stormin' Norman Schwarzkopf.
Oh, yeah.
Does he not?
Yeah, he does.
And didn't Stormin' Norman Schwarzkopf go into Desert Storm fairly officially and get it done?
He sure did.
The nation wants a safe country. We've had enough crime in this country, illegal alien crime. It's time to end it and stop it. President Trump's committed to it. He's committed to securing this border. He's committed to having this mass deportation operation and concentrating on public safety threats and national security threats. For any mayor or governor who's going to push back on removing public safety threats from your community, that is your number one responsibility. You ought to be teaming up with us. We have created the biggest national security vulnerability in this nation on the southern border. Because like I said, 2 million known gotaways, and we don't know how many unknown gotaways, already a record number of people on the terrorist watch list. If you don't think a single one of the 2 million came from a country sponsoring terror and didn't come and do us harm, then you're an idiot.
No, listen, here's one thing.
He needs a cup of water.
He does. He's a little pasty. Is he not?
Oh, he's frothing. He needs to just
He's
chill
like
out.
a bulldog chewing on a bone.
Yeah, have some Evian and just relax for a second. We're going to get them all out. Don't worry.
Alton Driggers, 25.
Have an Aquabeto.
Yeah, really.
Aqua Bieto.
Try canned water.
Raymond James, 10.
And here's the thing. We do need immigration. We do need immigration. There's a certain amount of jobs that Americans won't do that immigrants will.
Legal immigration.
But we need legal immigration.
Yeah.
And we need to take the illegal bad. First of all, we just start with the bad ones. Okay, that's it. Just start with the bad ones. And then the good ones that haven't caused any problems, and maybe you have been getting government subsidized and you haven't had a job. We tell you, hey, let's get you signed up. Let's get you a job. Let's get so that you're paying Social Security and your taxes. You came here for political asylum. We appreciate that. Our country was built on the backs of immigrants. And if you want to be a good immigrant and you want to work and you want to contribute and do a job probably that some white, black, or Mexican or some American won't do, but you're willing to do it, then let's go. Let's get you. And then for those that have been here for a long time and have already started contributing to the tax code and already somewhat signed up, or let's make sure they're properly signed up as well. But first of all, let's get the bad ones out and let's sign up the good ones.
I think this guy, the
right?
border czar, I think he's here for the yoking. I think he'll let somebody else handle the good ones and the legalization problem. But he's here to yoke up the ones that got to go.
We need the border czar, and we need like 3 levels of the border czar. One guy to do the dirty work. One guy to go in there and say, hey, listen, you've been in here for 6 months. You haven't caused no problems. You've been getting $850 a month, subsidies. You've been staying at this hotel for free.
You owe us some taxes, but listen, we'll take care of that.
Well, you don't even owe us any taxes. All the money that we've given you, that's no problem, okay? But from this point forward, we're not giving you any more money. We're not putting you up in any housing, but we're going to sign you up. We're going to get you a Social Security card. And, then maybe you have a division of that does nothing but try to place these immigrants into jobs. Call the Warsaw Park departments and call the some of these people that are always looking for hardworking people and say, hey, we have a legal immigration program that maybe even the federal government could subsidize a little bit, where they kick in a little bit of the money to help pay for these guys. That's still probably way less money than paying for every Tom, Dick, and Harry one of them. So you sign those up. They get infiltrated into the fabric of our country, and they're working. And then you go into the ones that are already working that haven't been getting a subsidy, that haven't been getting a free ride, and you just make sure they're properly signed up and they got there. And you know what? Those are the people that need to be able to vote. They need to be able to become citizens and need to be rewarded for doing the right thing. But first and foremost is we've got to get the bad ones out. And we've got to secure the border and not have these breaches, these mile-long breaches of wall where they literally can just come right on in. There's not a guard there. There's not a fence row of razor wire. There's nothing. It's just, and you see them. You see them on the news all the time. No matter what news you watch, you see them just rolling in. And you secure those borders. And you run them through the proper channels of signing up. You just can't jump a wall and be an American. You have to go through a processing.
Just show up to the wall, and then
we're going to process you.
Yeah.
And
meet us at the wall.
There's no longer meeting at the wall and getting in, no questions asked. It's now meet at the wall. Let's process you. Let's not give you a court date for 2029 in Corpus Christi, Texas, that you're not going to show up. Let's process you now. And unfortunately, my plan or my idea requires a lot of them, bad ones, or ones that don't want to work.
The bad hombres, Bubba.
Bad hombres that have either committed a crime or done something wrong, or more importantly, don't want to work. They don't want to get their asses out of the Roosevelt Hotel and get a job. They want that $800 free check and cell phone, and they're not willing to enter into the workforce. You're out too. But if you want to work and you want to become an American and you want to do all the benefits of being an American, then sign up, roll your sleeves up, and let's get to work. And let's have you as now not an illegal immigrant, but a legal immigrant start paying your way with regards to the tax code.
Was that Kamala's saying in her thing, let's get to work?
Oh, no, I
feel like that was somebody.
It was. I forget who
somebody said it, right?
I think it might have been Bush's or something.
Okay,
like that. I don't know.
Let's get to. I feel like I remember hearing that.
Because Obama was what? Change.
Hope or
hope and change. I don't know what Bill Clinton was. Bill Clinton was oral in the White House. Listen, I'm going to be honest with you. Bill Clinton was one of our best presidents. If you go back and see what Bill Clinton did, I know all you.
Let's get to work was Obama.
Was it? Damn, he had a couple.
I know a few of you very staunch, very much, Fox D sucking people out there that are really mad at me. But if you go back and you just look at Clinton, did some good stuff. We had a balanced budget. We had no wars. I mean, he got oral in the White House. Big deal. He wasn't doing a freak off.
I mean, Hillary forgave him. I mean, who are we?
She did. Hello.
Hey, what's up, Bubba?
Brandon, the BTQ. How are you?
Pretty good. Happy Thanksgiving, guys.
Now, what does you have now? Brandon? Can you eat, or do you have a feeding tube?
I can eat everything.
So okay. So you can eat now. Does your mom have to feed you because of the cobra, or do you have a functional? I think your beer. I think your hand that you hold your beer with is fully utensil you functional.
Yeah, and it's funny when I carry a bottle of beer, I carry the bottle of beer in the cobra.
In the cobra hand. That's how you carry your beer.
And Lovey can attest to this. Then I end up spilling it all over the. Cause I spilled one at the Hard Rock, and he had to clean it up.
Yeah, they broke his bottle.
He did?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The big buck, 5,000 bits.
So what's going on, BTQ?
Well, just getting ready for Thanksgiving, and we're not having it till 5 o'clock, so I can watch everything on the YouTube.
So now, how's your brother doing? Has he gotten laid yet? Because, I mean, he's a really attractive man, and he was here for 1 year, and all the chicks were going crazy over him, and he actually left BARP early because he had this girlfriend that wasn't giving him any ass, but was completely...
No, it wasn't even his girlfriend.
Well, it was some girl that he liked that was, like, completely running the show. Well, that sounds familiar. And told him that he had to leave BARP immediately because there were too many girls here. How's he doing?
He's doing good, but he's still just cold turkey. He's not even looking.
He's such a good-looking dude. I mean, he's not even looking for, like, how old is he, 25, 26?
No, he's going to be 32.
32. Now, has he ever been laid?
Yeah, more than me.
Well, yeah, I mean, you've only been laid, I think, what, 2 times, 3 times?
3 times.
3 times. And he's been, obviously more than 3.
Yeah.
But no girlfriend right now. He's just, what type of job does your brother have?
He's the manager of like a small version of a Whole Foods in Iowa City.
So he's a manager of like a organic food place.
A bougie grocery store.
Right. Perfect. I got to think that being a manager, being as good looking as he is, and being a manager of an organic food store, Seth, can you imagine the hot little MILFs that are running through? Because only hot chicks want to eat healthy.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
You don't see a bunch of fat asses in there.
Never.
No.
He's actually had a girl from one of the track teams from Illinois State with his phone number, and he didn't call her back.
Had a girl from the track team at Illinois State want his phone number, and he said no.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, BTQ. Yeah. Well, appreciate you checking in. Anything else going on?
Hey, can we have Tarek dress up in his outfit when you walk in? Can he give you a tour in his accent?
Oh, you want Tarek to dress up as if he was a
like King Tut,
like he was a stinky Egyptian, like with his
like
white,
a pharaoh or something.
Because I love his accent.
With his Egyptian, with his Middle Eastern accent, maybe have the entire Thanksgiving him in his Arab robe.
Yeah, and then here's what JD takes between Carlos and Cocaine.
Oh, JD Cakes could be in there between Carlos, Cocaine Carlos, and Boo Boo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And see if we can.
There's a lot of possibilities. There's a lot of content possibilities with regards to my family Thanksgiving. I'm thinking of them all taking, obviously, your opinions as well. But I will be in some capacity live from my my family Thanksgiving festivities tomorrow, and it'll be exclusively on our YouTube channel, which is at The Bubba Army. And I know you'll be riveted too.
Yeah, my plan is to get drunk by 5 o'clock so I can piss off my family. My mom doesn't know that, but
I plan on getting drunk by 5 so I can piss off my family. My mom does not know that. Perfect.
Yeah.
Happy Thanksgiving, buddy.
It sounds like you're going to have a great Thanksgiving. Appreciate you, BTQ, buddy.
Thanks, guys. Love you. Bye.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Today because we say goodbye to the affiliates and just keep going.
Yeah. I mean, why stop?
Yeah, why stop?
Let's take this into Thursday.
Nice Yankee Jeb. Thank you, the big buck. Happy Thanksgiving.
Oh, wow.
The fog is pretty crazy today. Sally. Gene Moman, 25.
Hi, Lum Lum.
Hi, Bubba. Gene Moman, happy Thanksgiving, 25 on the PayPal, or Venmo. Thank you, Gene. Jenny. Jenny Moman? Janine Moman. Is it Bulldog Tommy? Which is always the best.
Hey, isn't this genuinely the biggest party night of the year?
Yes.
Yeah. It's in some instances it's bigger than New Year's Eve.
Yeah. I just remember we used to have 97X would have some promotions when you were at Shepherd's.
Oh.
I don't know if we had a concert.
I bet
or
it was
something.
fucking slammed.
Oh, it was crazy. Yeah, it was crazy. That's what I learned about the night before Thanksgiving. I didn't know about it until I was in radio.
The reason why is you got all these kids or younger people that are in town visiting their parents, and they get in town, Wednesday, and there's nothing to do Wednesday night.
They meet up with their old
So
friends.
they go out with their boys.
Yeah. Well, I think the parents are getting fucked up too. I think a lot.
I think everyone's getting fucked up.
Yeah. That fog's still pretty bad out there.
Yeah.
It does make me feel better to know that there probably is one person driving with their high beams on.
Probably.
While the sun's out.
Watch us at all the illegals in Plant City drive with their high beams on.
Dude, I'll tell you what, my fucking high beams are fucking nice. I could see clear through almost to Georgia.
Really?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Wow, you're perfect.
I think I might do it all the time, Lummy, to be honest with you.
Just drive in every morning?
Yeah, every morning.
People jogging down the street. Just
Until I see a pile up on the, on 275 the opposite way, I'm going to keep doing it.
Yeah, fuck it. Headlights during the day, sunglasses at night. That's right, Haas.
Oh, man. Sorry for slamming.
So you're doing tonight, Big Red?
Lummy, you going to watch some basketball tonight? There's some good games.
Is there?
Spurs and Lakers, baby. Wemby versus LeBron.
What time's that, at 9?
I think 8:30 or 9, yeah.
I'll check it out.
Check it out. You got the NBA package. You got the channels. Check it out.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Lummy, do I need to put a text with me, you, and Shiz saying, hey, Shiz, get a hold of Liz because it's
Well,
his gimmick's down.
If I can't, when I get home today and it's not working, I'll have to bother you. I'm sorry.
It's all right. I'll just put you on a group.
Thank
group
you.
TizX.
I appreciate it.
Big Red, $50 on the PayPal. Thank you, Big Red.
Stop it, Big Red.
Jan Mormon,
Appreciate you.
25.
Appreciate you, kid.
Janine Mormon.
I think I now think Hogan is considered he's on TV more than he ever has been since retiring from wrestling, and I think Fox now considers Hogan like a dear friend of Trump, and they just have him on as a full-time contributor about anything. About anything.
I feel like he treats Fox maybe how he used to treat your radio show, where instead of just calling during the 4-hour block that you're on, he probably just calls the Fox hotline number whenever he's messed up, and then, it could be Hannity, or it could be Laura Ingraham, or it could be Gutfeld, and just whoever's there just picks up and puts him on.
But like if he think like he's watching it and they're like,
hey guys, I got something here about immigration. Put me on.
Laura Ingraham, her topic is, I think that these football players are like anyone can end racism or at least make progress. It's probably Trump. So Hogan's watching this. Ingram's talking about racism in the NFL,
and Hogan's going, I know about racism.
So he calls the. Of course, he's got the Fox backdoor backline. And he's like, they're like, hello, Fox producer. Yeah, brother. Can you pipe me through to Liz Ora? I got an opinion about the football players being racist.
He always makes sure he mentions his real American beer too. So
yeah.
I've been caught saying the N-word before.
I've been kicked out of the Hall of Fame for saying the N-word, but I was not racist when I said it.
Well, I think impulse before was to kind of keep it hidden. And I'm not a big fan of like sports and politics and entertainment.
By the way, Hogan virtually knew nothing about football. He was not a football fan, and didn't really would only go to the Bucs game to put himself over.
I like kind of keeping them separate. But if you're going to embrace Kaepernick and the end racism and the end zone, I think a lot of these football players are like, if anyone can end racism or at least make progress to it, it's probably Trump. Well,
is there?
He's dying to talk.
It's just Hogan smiling.
Yeah, I mean, like
he probably should have sat that one out.
No, he was trying to talk.
Is there? I never got the clip of his response. The clip's 23 seconds of the Laura Ingraham setup.
Is it just her saying that Trump can end racism? Is that the
impulse
I think this is a little
before
older,
was?
but I'll try to find it.
See if you can find it for me.
Yeah, because right after him was Brett Favre.
And what was Favre saying? Well, let me tell you something. I'm still waiting for that skag, but let me tell you, and I'm heavily concussed.
I saw,
but I'm telling you, man. I think I could help end racism if I could just get rid of this legal beagle problem I got here in Louisiana over some volleyball court.
I don't read about Hogan. I'm not interested in him whatsoever. But I saw another headline, I think yesterday, the day before, and I don't know if it was him saying it, but it was another story about him possibly being involved with the Trump administration.
Yeah, he's for Department of fitness.
Does that mean like he would be under RFK or something?
I think so. Yeah.
I mean, I think that puts him like, is that a cabinet position?
I don't know.
Do you go to the White House when they're having cabinet meetings and you're down there?
Remember when Arnold used to go meet with the president?
Yeah.
That he would pretty much do that.
What is this, like Hulk Hogan goes to elementary schools and like does, like jumping jacks with kids?
You mean a guy that was on trial 2 times for steroids?
Yes.
That guy?
Yeah, just like Arnold.
No problem. If you find that clip, let me know.
I will.
Aaron Rodgers on the Pat McAfee show yesterday about what his future might be in the NFL.
Well, he's not going to Thanksgiving, Bubba, because his family hates him, I think.
They do.
His family hates him. I mean, his family hates him as much as my son hates me.
Oh, no.
And so I don't know what he's doing for Thanksgiving. Probably in his big-ass New Jersey mansion with a couple cricks.
Him and Devontae Adams probably going to do the elephant walk together.
As far as my future goes, I haven't told anybody in my life that I want to play in 2025 and not in the Jets. So that's 100% false. I actually said the opposite. I said that I'm going to wait and see what happens with at the end of the season, and if they want me back, and what happens with Brick, and what happens with the offensive staff, and obviously the GM at the time, and then they just fired Joe. There's a lot of things out of my control when it comes to that. But I've really enjoyed my time in New York. I mean, obviously we haven't had success.
He even kind of comes across as a beaten man, does he not?
No, I think. Well, Bubba, I don't know, man. When did he change? It wasn't with the vaccine stuff, but all of a sudden, like he switched from being just a quiet, kind of boring, all-time great quarterback to, not like he's saying anything controversial or bad here, but
I think it was his last year at the Packers when Brady had established, what a big the all-time greatest could demand. And that is, let me have some say-so in the personnel decisions.
And he always wanted that.
And he thought that he was at the position in his career where he could warrant that. Green Bay didn't play that. That's not the way Green Bay plays.
Primetime 2025.
Green Bay, much like Chicago, one of the original franchises in the league with a history and a system.
Yeah, Green Bay doesn't play. Chicago plays. We'll play, but Green Bay doesn't play at all.
Green Bay is like, we have tradition here. Even if you're Brett Favre and you get a little full of yourself, we'll ship you out of here. And I think and listen, I to an extent agree on some of the personnel decisions that he had a problem with. Like they didn't properly give Jordy Nelson an offer. They just let him go to the Raiders willy-nilly. He would have stayed with the Packers for half as much.
Yeah, but he got mad at stupid stuff like bottom depth receivers like Jeff Janis and Jake Kumaro and stuff like that. Like, he got upset when the fringe guys got cut. So.
Yeah, I mean, you're right.
I get it. They're friends and everything like that. But I listen, Aaron Rodgers is...
He tried to be Tom Brady, and he couldn't pull it off. Tom Brady pulled it off masterfully. He came into Tampa and said, "Hey, I like to have Gronk. I like to have Antonio Brown." And they're like, "Okay, no problem." And then he went out and won a Super Bowl.
But does he accept any responsibility for, not last season because he got hurt, does he accept any responsibility for this year, for a head coach getting fired, for a GM getting fired? I'm not saying everything is his fault, but I'm just saying like it doesn't feel like he's taking on anything when he's explaining himself.
I agree. I feel his explanation is not humbling or self-reflective or...
Like, this is the domino effect of him coming in there.
I mean, everything. From the head coach getting fired to now the GM getting fired to now his uncertainty to their lack of success on the field, he has a major hand in all of it, and he's not really said anything like that. Like, I would have more respect if Aaron said, "Hey, listen, you know what? Things have not worked out the way we all anticipated. I probably have some skin in that game." But
if you're a GM or an owner, Bubba, and you're looking at Aaron Rodgers going, "Okay, listen, he can play, he'll be fine. Maybe he's still recovering off the Achilles." And I don't know. I'm not seeing any passion or leadership or anything where I want to bring this guy in to lead my team.
If you would get him to be just a player and not a head case and a talent scout, and just go back there and play, I think he has a little bit of a shelf life. But he has now positioned himself as a problem. And, he became a problem this last 2 years in Green Bay, and they tried to circumvent it and give him a little more say-so, a little more, gave him a big deal. He wanted Bakhtiari re-signed. That cost him a ton. And then Green Bay finally said, we're done. This isn't the way we operate as the Packers, being around since 1921. We have a tradition. We don't let players dictate. We dictate. And most franchises are like that. And Aaron Rodgers tried to emulate Tom Brady, and only Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, and a few others have been able to do that. And Aaron Rodgers he had a shot. I mean, they gave him everything he wanted, Seth, and at the Jets. He wanted Devontae Adams. They got him. He wanted Randall Cobb. They got him. He wanted Alan Lazar. They got him. He wanted
Dalvin Cook. I mean, everybody that they had signed over the last couple of years
went through him.
Right.
And so it didn't work. You put your nuts out on the line. You end up getting hurt 4 plays into the first season. So, okay, that's Kind of sucks.
But can't you just give the corporate BS cliche like this season did not go the way it wanted to? This is not how I wanted my Jets day to go. This is horrible about the coach and the GM getting fired. I'm ready to do everything I can to help turn this franchise around, even if it's all lies and you want to leave. I feel like I would like to see that fire or passion from my guy.
He needs to do that. And I don't know if his arrogant, narcissistic ways will allow him, because if he would do what you said, it would mitigate some of the hate that people think of him right now.
He's just ACC. I don't know what's going on, guys. I mean, I haven't said anything. I'm just here. I'm just an employee.
Right.
I'm just like the guy that takes your tickets. I don't know what's happening.
But he has doubled down on personnel decisions. They've kissed his ass and let him lead the team, and now his head coach and his general manager have been fired from out from underneath him, and he doesn't really take onus in any of it like Seth said he should, and he should. If he would take a little skin, if he say, hey, listen, some of this falls on my shoulders. I've not performed the way I should. I got some, and be a little vague. You don't have to take all the responsibility, but take a little bit. I think that the average football consumer, that's more digestible than this right here.
But it goes back to what you said, and you bring it up a lot. And I know people think that you're just name dropping when you talk about Deion and Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers and everything. But you mentioned that Tom Brady told Shador when they were practicing to not be like Ben Roethlisberger and to not be like Aaron Rodgers and to not throw your teammates under the bus.
Listen,
he said that 5 years ago.
I said that 5 years ago, and there was only 5 people in the world that were there, and I was like, oh my God. And Rodgers was solidly a Packer then, but Tom Brady knew. Tom Brady knew that Ben Roethlisberger and Aaron Rodgers are a bunch of not taking responsibility pussies, and he said it then. He said, Shador. It was when they got done doing all their drills and their sprints and all their stuff that you can see, by the way, Lummy, on our YouTube. I think it's one of as soon as you pull up our YouTube, I think it's one of the main things that come up.
Well, that's got to look real good after Shador gets drafted.
And so, in June of 2020, Deion calls me up. Sponge, me and Shador are going to be in Tampa. You want to meet for dinner? I'm like, yeah, and that's right when Furbici first started. So I called up Jeff Cheragante and said, hey, can I get like a back room kind of deal, or get some kind of, just kind of.
You wanted the Taylor Swift walk through the kitchen treatment for Deion.
We went through the front door, but they kind of put us in the little cut area, and it was me, Deion, and Shador. And at that time, Shador was scheduled to meet with Willie Taggart at Florida International.
Florida
Atlantic, the Owls. But and then so he was gonna meet with Willie Taggart on Saturday, and then on Sunday, Deion had already talked to Tom, or Tom and I guess Shador had talked via Instagram, and this is when Tom had just signed with the Bucks, and this was June of 2020, right in the middle of COVID, and there were no organized practices allowed. Meaning you could not practice at the Bucks facility at all.
Tom Brady almost got arrested at a park for practicing down here in Tampa.
So Tom Brady's kid, I think Jack, maybe his oldest son, went to Tampa Berkeley. And so Saturday, Deion was to go over and verbally commit to Florida Atlantic with Willie. And the reason why they went to that route, Lummy, is because he had offers from Alabama, LSU, Clemson, everywhere, Florida State. But Willie had promised him, I'll plug you in as a redshirt freshman day one. So and that was big for Deion, that his kid never sins the bench. It's Deion. It's Deion. So he calls me up. We go to dinner on Friday at Furbici. He goes over on Saturday and meets with Willie, verbally commits to it. And then on Saturday, and let me, if you remember, you and Colton were helping me move to my apartment.
Yeah, you decided.
So then I told. Catch. So then all day Sunday, me, Colton, and Lummy were moving my stuff out of Odessa to my current apartment.
Yep.
And so Deion calls me and says, Sponge, you know where Tampa Berkeley is? I go, yeah. Meet me there at 9 in the morning if you want to hang out and watch I'll introduce you to Tom Brady. I'm like, what? Like, Tom Brady's going to give Shador some instructions. I'm like, okay. So I call Lummy. Lummy, I got this rental truck. Can you guys handle it on your own for a few hours? Lummy, of course, being the greatest employee known to man,
Yes, sir.
said, no problem. I know how to work the lift gate. I know how to lift heavy things, and I know what the hell you. So Lummy's the best. But I mean, Seth, at this point, I can't say I can't miss that opportunity.
Sorry, Dion, I can't be there. I'm
Sorry,
moving.
Dion. It's not. I know it's not open to the public. I know there's only literally it's Alex, who is Tom Brady's personal assistant
and lover.
It's Tom Brady, Alex, Dion, Shador, and Dion's cameraman.
And what did Tom have? The Ford Raptor?
Ford Raptor. With a brown dog.
Oh, a dog was there?
Yeah, there was a dog there.
I don't remember. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
I cut the dog all out. I mean, the dog just pretty much sat on the sidelines. He was pretty well trained.
It's important to know that Tom Brady's a dog lover.
He brought his dog.
Yeah.
So
That's because Giselle wasn't giving him the love anymore. He needed a buddy. I mean, the writing was on the wall.
He needed to play the peanut butter game occasionally.
Okay, all right. That was when he did that with Alex.
So I get there about 15 minutes early. Let me, because I want to be the first one there, and I pull up to the Tampa Berkeley deal, and there's a guard, and I'm like, hey, I'm Bubba, and I'm Dion's guest. And he goes, I know who you are, and he goes, but I can't let you go back to the field area until Dion comes and approves you, because I don't have a list or anything. I said, okay, no problem. He goes, just park right. So I parked right by his guard gate. Dion pulls up first with Shador, verifies that I'm allowed to be there. I follow Dion and Shador back to which was Berkeley's probably JV field. It was not a very good field.
What's their practice field?
And then here comes Brady pulling up in a black Raptor with a brown dog and Alex.
Was there aura around the Raptor?
Oh, there was just.
I mean, honestly.
No, so listen,
Yeah.
I get out.
I drove next to it one morning on the way to work at Amazon.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, it was like 5:15. He was on 275. It was 5 in the morning, and I was driving next to him for about 10 minutes. I had to look and make sure it was his truck, but you could tell.
Did you feel the greatness?
Yeah, absolutely. I had the best shift ever that day.
So think about this. I'm out of my truck, and I'm walking with Dion. Tom Brady pulls up. He gets out, and it's just like almost slow motion. Like, we're probably 15 or 20. They have like a.
It's always slow motion with handsome guys, Bubba.
But so, they had like a sidelines with a bench, and that's where the guys were going to put their gear. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So that's where we were headed. But we were 15 yards ahead of Tom. So Dion turned around and waited for Tom to catch up. So I just stayed there with Dion. Shador kept walking to the sidelines to drop off his stuff in his bag and his drinks and all that kind of stuff. And Dion's like, Tom, man, it was just so cool for you to be able to come out and do this. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate you. And by the way, this is my friend Bubba. So I go, put my hand out. Nice to meet you, Tom. You may know me from the Howard Stern show. I'm Bubba the Love Sponge, because he's an avid Howard Stern listener, has been on Howard a few times, and I figured if he was a Howard fan, he might be familiar with me. Tom Brady says this, I'm familiar with you. Then Dion goes, Sponge, quit trying to work. Tom, that's what Dion says.
Well, thank God Dion saved you, because, I mean, who knew where it was going to go from there?
Exactly.
Once you tell somebody where you're from, and then you see that look on their face like they still don't know.
But he was cool. He's like, I'm familiar with what you do. It's exactly what he said. And then that's when Dion, Sponge, quit trying to work Tom. I'm not trying to work him, Dion. I'm just wondering, he knows who you are. I'm like, all right. So they go out. Tom starts. Listen, this is a Sunday at 9:00. I have so much respect. I'm thinking, how many NFL quarterbacks right now, good, great, not so great, backup, that are right now at 9 a.m. at a high school football field. And I mean, they started stretching. They went through a whole stretching up, and then they went through doing like 10 and 15-yard sprints.
Oh.
And they did those for 15 minutes. And I'm like, this is Tom Brady. He doesn't have to do this. He's going to be, he ended up taking Tampa to a Super Bowl.
It kept him sharp, Bubba. I think Brady was smart. I think he loves the game. He loves teaching it, and to be around these young guys like Shador. I know that he was heavily involved, recruiting Bryce Underwood to Michigan. Like, I think that he likes being around the young guys, especially when he was playing. I think it's what, kept him on top of his game.
Yeah, and so he's out doing sprints, and I'm sitting on the bench, Lummy, and they're in the midfield.
With the dog?
With the dog. And Dion's out there, and he's not sprinting or anything, but him and Alex and the cameraman are kind of BSing, and I figure this is kind of like, I don't want to be in the way. I don't want to I don't want to get my camera out, because I'm kind of, Seth, I'm kind of at this awkward moment now where I don't want to, Dion's already kind of hollered at me.
I would just be chilling, like taking it in.
I know, but
you felt like you needed to do something.
I felt like, my God, I'm missing some unbelievable footage here. We've gone on and repurposed that footage a lot. We've gotten a lot. Red. That's probably generated a few million views, if not more.
Remember they wanted you to yank it down immediately?
Yeah, it's where Shador got mad at me.
Yeah, whatever. That killed the momentum for a little bit.
but so I'm like, listen, I just showing Tom Brady doing sprints with Shador and Dion watching, like, that's footage that I need. So Dion says to me, Sponge, won't you come out here? I'm like, okay, all right. So Dion's mindful enough that, I don't want to be sitting over here on the sidelines, kind of away from the action. So Dion says, Sponge, come out here. So his camera guy starts cameraing. Starts doing probably stuff that Shador's going to use, right?
Yeah.
But I didn't know that it all had to go through Tom to get cleared. So I just kind of get my camera out and just start kind of being beside him. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, okay, well, if he's recording, why can't I record? And at that point, I got some really good, really, really, really good up-close instructional video from Tom Brady teaching Shador hip control, shoulder control. And then I got a couple really good shots of Tom throwing like 50-yard teardrop bombs.
I sent you the footage, Bub, on your IM.
To Dion in the coffin corner. Like, and so I put it up. I put it up.
It's just crazy to look at now.
To think that I got that close.
So I want him.
Like, how many people get this close to Tom Brady? Nobody.
No.
Nobody.
The jiu-jitsu guy at Thanksgiving's probably going to be sitting next to him.
No,
but
they're in Costa Rica.
They're not doing Thanksgiving.
They're not? Well, that's
So
what they're
here
telling
is
everybody.
the footage that I got. This is when, now, hold on. Think about the 4 or 5 years removed. Tom is now, since this video dropped, Tom went on to win a Super Bowl for Tampa. Tom went on to get to cut a $35 million a year, 10-year deal with Fox.
Get divorced.
Got divorced.
Oh, Lummy.
Hold on. Shador decommitted from Willie Taggart because in the interim of between June and August, in like about 2 weeks after this video, Lummy, next thing I know, Jackson State offers Dion a job. So at this time, Tom had not played one down for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Shador was still a senior in high school. Dion was unemployed.
And you were still you.
And I was in the middle of moving to a different apartment. But think about how cool. People often say, "Oh man, I'm tired of you, but how good of friends of you." I think this pretty much validates how close of a friend I may or may not be to Dion. Well, if he invites me to something that's this rare.
Bubba, you don't have to validate your friendship to anybody. Like, I think everybody knows from having him on the show.
I catch a lot of crap.
Well, I think it's just because you talk about Dion a lot. I don't think anybody doubts that you guys have a relationship. And yes, this absolutely proves that point. But to me, it's not about proving, how valid your relationship is with Dion. This is just, to me, if Shador goes on and has a good pro career, you're talking about seeing a dude that's in high school before he makes it to the pros with also the greatest quarterback quarterback of all time, also with a kicker of one of the greatest athletes of all time in Deion Sanders.
Right.
So
on a little known high school field in June of 2020
with a guy who could potentially make the Radio Hall of Fame one day. So there's a lot going on out there.
Wow.
So I want him.
So I mean, like, there's teammates that may not get this close to Tom Brady. And actually, you see Tom Brady he cusses. Allow me. He likes to use the word goddamn.
Oh,
and then that's offensive to some people.
Oh yeah.
Let's just listen.
Good. You guys coach each other up. Good. Oh, nice.
And again, there's 6 people here: Dion, Alex, Dion's camera guy, Shador, Tom Brady's over here. You'll see him in a minute, and my fat ass.
I mean, you're up in the mix here, Bubba.
I mean, like, I'm what am I, 3 feet away? And wait till you see how close I am to Tom. And Rhett, when you're that close to somebody that great,
you feel
it's euphoric. It's like I was high.
No.
It's like you're just, I wasn't, but it's like you're just.
That's how girls felt when they met you at the Power Pick couch.
But I mean, how many people can say that
they got backstage at Sponges?
How many people can say that they were this close to Tom Brady in a very informal, really, really up close and personal setting? This wasn't, this was.
Well, yeah, I mean, he'd deny it to this day, but you heard him cut on Aaron Rodgers and Ben Roethlisberger.
Oh yeah,
in the flesh.
and I didn't record that. But we're getting there as to what he said, and when he said it, I just lost. It was so prophetic of what he said. And now it's even more prophetic, Seth, in the fact that how Aaron Rodgers is flaming out.
Yeah.
It's exactly what. Now, not only is Tom Brady the greatest of all time, probably as a player, but the knowledge of the game and the knowledge of the personnel of the game, he's probably one of the greatest of that as well. He knew damn well that Aaron Rodgers and Ben Roethlisberger were pieces of shiz that will throw the players under the bus. And look what's happening.
Oh my God! Damn, that was good.
See, and now listen. So Seth, I'm fearing Tom can see me taping. He must not have a problem because he'd say, "Hey, turn that off."
Well, Tom knew that he had to approve all footage anyway, so he knew that you weren't getting off that field without him looking at it.
That's true.
Well, I didn't have a contact.
There you go. God dang, that was good.
I think that was a dang.
Oh. All right, that's it.
Oh, Tom's orgasmic over it.
Now watch these teardrop corner. Watch these sideline passes from Brady. This is a great angle.
I'm older than both of you. How old are you, Bubba? 54. I got you beat. Yeah, but you look good as hell, cuz.
That dude's 55?
Yeah, at that time, yeah.
Jeez.
Well, he's on TV 12 nutrition.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think they're doing Blood Boy stuff too.
Look at I mean, I know Rhett's just complete. Like, look at these drops that he's throwing in there. Of course, Dion misses that one.
Man, Baker's fun to watch, but there's nothing like having Tom Brady as your quarterback.
But no, and then there's nothing about look. Hold on, right here. Look how I mean,
You're too close, Bubba.
I could sack him if I wanted to.
Yeah.
And look at and to get that close, look at the strength at 43 or 44 years old.
Yeah, he's 43 here.
And look at the strength in this throw right here. I mean, you can't see this on Fox.
Nope.
Look how close this is.
Did Dion have all 10 toes here?
No, yes, he did.
Okay, all right.
See the sweat on his neck.
Watch the strength of this. This is why you're the GOAT, the greatest of all times. Boom.
Oh, nice catch.
How much is this? Is a 50-yard bomb to Dion in the corner. Watch the footwork. Oh, okay, no, that one isn't it. He's right here. Boom. Boom.
Now you're back in that same position you started. Good. If I'm going to step to throw left, and I'm here, right? The only thing I'm going to do is look at my head, body, everything is going to be
Even the seagulls are marking out. Even the seagulls are saying, hey, Johnny Seagull, we got Tom Brady over here.
Dude, Shador listened to everybody that gave him advice because that guy hangs in the pocket longer than anybody.
He does, and this is what this is. This is don't move your head. Your head's going to go where your hips go. Boom, boom.
How do those look to the two of you? Okay.
He's going to the Raiders just to shut it down.
So this is early on, actually, Seth. Before they called me over, it's out of sequence. But this is where I was initially.
It's out of sequence.
No, it is.
I know.
But this is where I was initially.
I actually haven't seen all this.
Yeah, this is where I was initially. So I thought this was where this is the hand that I'd been dealt, right?
You're hanging out with the dog.
Yeah, I mean, and you can see the dog around here somewhere. And again, I thought this is where I was going to be until Dion goes, Sponge, come over here. We're doing it.
But this is what life's all about, just bros being bros, man.
Exactly. And you got to, and this isn't just, this isn't Cam Newton or this isn't, Winston. This is the greatest of all time at 10 o'clock on a Sunday morning.
Bubba, when Shador gets drafted this offseason, they're going to show ESPN.
This video is going to be worth even more.
Oh, they'll be showing this footage for sure.
I'll have Rhett cut it all up and get it ready for ESPN watermark.
They'll take your watermark right off, buddy.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, look, it's just this is such a special moment and such behind the scenes exclusive footage that, quite frankly, I've never seen anybody that had anything more behind the scenes and exclusive for either one of these two guys.
It shows a lot, Bubba. It shows Dion, was willing to travel and to do what he needed to do to get his son, the best possible coaching and get him in the best spot. It wasn't Dion going, hey, I was in the pros. I'm a Hall of Famer. I know everything.
They flew American Airlines, too. They didn't even private.
But they didn't even do private. Yeah, no. He didn't have that Colorado money yet.
No, he didn't have that Colorado money.
And this is Tom Brady, who's still in his career, who's taking time. And obviously Tom Brady's practicing, but Tom Brady taking time to show an up-and-comer, some of his tricks of the trade. So, I mean, there's a lot that you get out of this.
There's a lot to unpack from this.
That's right.
Yeah, it's just a lot. Yeah, I think it's
a lot of coolness.
It's not like they open it up to the public, but still.
There's a dog. That's a big dog.
There's a dog. That's his dog. Yeah. That's his big brown dog.
This is big brown dog.
And again, it was just a day of instruction. So Seth, you can tell this is where I was to begin with, and by the end of the day, I was literally 2 feet behind Tom. That's why we had to open up with that grab. This wasn't a grab to guy very fast.
But Tom gets it. He knew everything was was about social media. It wasn't.
Yeah.
That was when it was illegal to be around people.
And so, hold on. So, hold on. Before I go to words, and I close out the Aaron Rodgers thing. So, obviously, I can prove that I was there. So, after they're done, they meet up at the center of the field. And you could see they had towels and things like that. And they all dry off and take off their cleats and put on their tennis shoes. And this is the talk that Tom Brady had with Shador. He goes, Shador, being a quarterback means you are the captain of the team. You're running the show. And you have to lead by example. And he said, with today's internet, and he said literally every football game, at that time, Shador thought he was going to play for Florida Atlantic. And every football game on every level is televised. And everybody knows the box scores. Everybody knows who does what. You don't have to remind them. You don't have to remind them that you went out and threw 4 touchdowns for 450 yards and 0 interceptions because the people just know. So don't say any of that. He said, but by the same token, and he said this is verbatim, don't be like Aaron Rodgers and Ben Roethlisberger and throw your teammates under the bus and not accept responsibility. And he said, I'll give you an example. You throw a perfect pass to your tight end. It's perfect. It's chest high. You drilled it into him. You're going to pick a first down. He bobbles it. It hits him off his helmet, and the DB takes it back for a pick 6. You don't have to tell anybody during your press conference that he should have had that ball and it shouldn't have been a pick 6. you don't say a word about it.
Didn't something happen with Wes Welker in a Super Bowl and Giselle ended up saying something about it?
Oh yeah,
But he didn't.
Yeah,
He didn't say a word. And he specifically said, "Don't be like Aaron Rodgers and Ben Roethlisberger and throw your boys and your teammates under the bus. Everybody knows whether it's your fault or not. And when it's not your fault and there's a mess up, take responsibility. Do not put it on your team." And when I was like, wow. So he obviously knew that Aaron Rodgers and Ben Roethlisberger were pieces of shiz and wouldn't take responsibility, just like Aaron Rodgers' appearance on the Pat McAfee show yesterday.
And obviously the GM at the time, and then they just fired Joe. There's a lot of things out of my control when it comes to that.
There's a lot of things out of your control, but there's a lot of things that were in your control that warranted why those people don't have jobs no more. Because when you had control, that's what happened. You ain't got no control now, bitch.
But I've really...
Tom Brady called this back in June of 20. Tom Brady called this 4 years and 6 months ago.
Aaron's mad they took away his assistant GM parking spot now.
Time in New York. I mean, obviously we haven't had success that we've all wanted to have, but I've made some great friendships on the team. I've enjoyed.
Friendships don't win championships.
We haven't done what we've wanted to.
Friendships have got you 3 wins, buddy.
Living in Jersey, I've enjoyed time.
Living in Jersey. Who wants to live in Jersey? God, I can poke holes through this.
Bubba, imagine just you got season tickets for the Jets, man. You put your heart and soul into it.
You didn't have him before since Namath, but then you went out and got him because they're bringing in Rodgers.
You got a little excited when they had Chad Pennington, but now you really feel like they've arrived with Aaron Rodgers.
Right.
And then you hear Aaron Rodgers go, the season didn't go the way we wanted, but I made some friends.
And Lummy, the Jets, as soon as they signed Rodgers, they jacked up the seat franchises.
Oh yeah.
You just couldn't buy 8 home games. You had to buy a seat, a seat,
That's right.
all that kind of deal. They did that. Son of a bitches.
He's got a $10 million house in New Jersey.
And I came here to win here. So I'm not jumping off ship,
No, you're not jumping off ship. The ship jumped off you, bitch. I mean, you're still on the ship. It's going down. You should have jumped a long time ago.
You're in a raft. You're in a raft, buddy. We'll let you know. We'll come get you.
The guy who owns the ship jumped off. I mean, Woody's gone.
Oh, yeah, Woody.
Woody's gone. Woody said, "You know what, Aaron? Take this ship right down to the Titanic level."
Remember, isn't Woody Johnson & Johnson? So he loves the vaccines, right?
Sure.
Woody Johnson's a big Trump guy. He's going to probably work for him.
And not in New York.
Whatever. Piece of shiz. Tom Brady saw right through it back 4.5 years ago. I'm so late, Lummy.
Yes.
Next story is Giselle's taking the kids for Thanksgiving to Costa Rica with a jiu-jitsu guy. Tom Brady said, "I don't care. I got a football game to call."
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
I think you could love football and miss your kids.
There's plenty of time to be with my kids. Ship them over to my place on Monday after Thanksgiving. I mean, him and Giselle live what?
They live across the water from
They
each
live
other.
from here to the 7-Eleven from each other.
Yeah. They can paddleboard back and forth.
They can.
They think boat cross.
They
watch each other.
They paddleboard. If I was Tom, I'd be having straight Instagram dime pieces over there when she was out in the pool having to look at it.
Why he's on his big fucking yacht?
With his big fucking yacht.
I thought he had a football game to call.
What's up, everybody? What up, Thomas? What up, Fred? Hope you're doing good, buddy. Johnny Z 69 60. I saw Drake May cards were going for more than Caleb Williams cards are right now. What up, Primetime Toys? Nobody's going for more
And
than
thank you everybody for the great fucking day today. For the great.
Thanks, everybody. We're going to go off into this, weekend thinking that we're still going to be here Monday.
Thank you, Big Red.
What up, Primetime Toys, Grouper Lips, Fat Pig, Longwood, what it do, man? Hope you have a good day. Hope you're chilling with some of your buddies up there. What's up, Paul? No songs really. You quit your job? Hey, man. Fuck yeah. As long as you got some kiss ass, which I'm sure you do. I'm the only one that quits my job with no paycheck coming.
You're the only one who's got that kind of swagger.
I'm the only one that quits with that. Like, no.
That's either swag or stupidity. Well, I mean, I don't know which one.
Yeah, no, it's stupidity.
I sent you Hogan on Laura Ingraham. I don't know if it's the racist one. He's doing a dance. I don't know, but it's the same segment.
I just like seeing Hogan on Fox, dude.
But I guess she got in hot water for saying that Trump could end racism.
Oh, that's what it was. I knew it was
to a racist, to a Hogan who said the N-word.
Good.
But there's no because they didn't.
What up, Buckster? Good, Longwood. That's awesome, man. I think they took the Aaron Hernandez cards out of circulation, to be honest with you.
Why?
And I don't know. What up, Ashley? Go Dolphins! Fucking Thursday night, baby.
That's the Packers.
Let's go. Let's fucking go.
Big game.
Let's see Ty Freak do it in the cold. Do we know he's done it in Kansas City before?
That's right.
What up, Mitch? Happy Thanksgiving to you and Pops.
4 TDs.
We'll be here, Joe. I think we'll be here Monday.
Hope so.
It's smart, Longwood. What's up, Tina? Good morning. I'm sure you're doing a bunch of stuff for Thanksgiving.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Back to close out my Tom Brady talk.
Melissa Carpenter, $100. Happy Thanksgiving.
What's up, Mel Carpenter? Don't forget, Rainey is making her first BARP appearance.
Oh, nice.
Thank you, Rainey. Looking forward to seeing you. It's reported that inside Tom Brady's plans to spend Thanksgiving as his family as pregnant. That's right. She's pregnant, isn't she?
Yeah, with the jiu-jitsu guy.
Pregnant Giselle with her jiu-jitsu boyfriend, and all of the kids are headed to Costa Rica for Thanksgiving. Tom says no big deal. I got a ball game to call.
Is that an actual quote, or is this just where it's like the tabloids where it's like, so it's just close to Tom say he's cool with it? Because that, not having your kids. I mean,
yeah, but here's the deal: he's gonna not having your kids is one thing if you're at home and you ain't got nothing to do but live in your $35 million mansion and look at your $40 million boat, and you're not and you're in town and you're available. That's one thing. But when you're on the road and you are fulfilling your job obligation of calling a football game for Fox.
Is he doing the Bears-Lions game? Is that what he's working?
I think he is.
I mean, because I think that's the Fox game. So
Let me
No,
look.
I think the Fox one is the New York Dallas, but I'll check.
Ew, I'd much rather have him do Now is it, and it's at Detroit because Detroit's always at home for
Detroit
Thanksgiving,
and Dallas,
right?
yeah.
Tom Brady and his ex-wife Giselle Bunchkin
Yeah, New York at Dallas
won't be
is
celebrating
Fox.
Thanksgiving together this year. A source has told Page Six Giselle took the kids and is headed to Costa Rica with Joaquim Valente to spend the holiday with each other. An insider said. Tom is supportive, and that's the arrangement he and Giselle have agreed upon. And listen, while Bunchkin 44 and the kids are abroad for the holiday, Tom Brady, age 47, will be busy working on Thanksgiving. Sources say he's going to be calling the game for Fox that day and will be tied up with work. Brady is a Fox NFL broadcaster and will be calling the Thanksgiving broadcast of the Dallas Cowboys versus the Giants. However, the former Patriots quarterback will still have plenty of time to spend with his children during the holiday season, an insider said. Listen, one of the biggest struggles I've been through a child, not we weren't married, but a custody situation. And, you within your agreement, you specifically lay out like Tyler and I's situation with his mom. I had him for every other Thanksgiving. She had him for every other Thanksgiving. And then Christmas, she had him Christmas evening. For they did their presents Christmas Eve. And then I picked him up at 10 o'clock on Christmas morning, and we did our stuff Christmas morning. So you got to give and take a little bit. And it's and listen, he's working, but he'll be back. And they only live a half a mile from each other.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
It's no big deal.
Yeah, I don't know why I don't know why I was acting like it's the end of the world. Tom Brady's got to go work. I mean, he sees his kids all the time. They live next door to each other. He'll be fine.
They literally live.
He's got to watch that Cowboys-Giants game, though.
That's going to be the worst.
Yeah.
I know
I'll tell you what's going to be harder on Tom. What's going to be harder on Tom is trying to act like he's excited about the stupid game he's calling.
Well, I think it's going to be Cooper Rush versus Drew Lock because I think Tommy Cutlets is hurt.
Yeah, wow. Third stringer versus a second
If I was
stringer.
Tom, I'd be like, I'd never really wanted to be in Detroit, but I'd like to be in Detroit right now.
He's like, I've never really wanted to go hang out with my family instead of being around football, but I think I'm heading to Costa Rica right now to hang out with Joaquim.
I bet you they don't get along at all. Let me know. This is what even Hulk Hogan is doing the Trump. Is this?
It's from that interview.
Is this the part we didn't see?
I guess,
okay.
yeah.
I still got my Trump pump on, and let me stake my claim. Let me mark my territory. I was the first one, if you were there, to do the Trump dance, baby. I had that place going at the Garden, and now it's
That's just because I'm white and I have no rhythm, and now that's turned into a thing.
Wait, he's taking credit for the Trump
Yeah,
dance.
he's the first one.
I mean, listen, Trump.
Let me, at the end of the day, man, find me his RNC.
Yeah.
If he's saying that he broke this out at the RNC and he was the first one, let's see.
I was the first one, if you were there, to do the Trump dance, baby. I had that place going at the Garden, and now it's
it's at the Garden. So find Hogan's appearance at the Garden.
I think it was that rally where the comedian said Puerto Rico was floating garbage. I think that's, yeah.
It was the Madison Square Garden appearance, and Hogan saying he's the one that broke out the Trump dance. Let's see.
I said it too.
Everybody's dancing like Trump because we got America back. We got a second chance. We've repented to our Lord and Savior.
Hulk Hogan, former WWE champion and sex tape contributor.
He's healing the land. He's healing the people, and we're back, Jack. I was one of the biggest cowards around. I voted for Trump before. I was afraid to wear the hat. I was afraid of the bumper sticker. But when they tried to kill him, I said, that's it. Enough is enough. And guess what? The whole United States of America feels that way now. We're proud to be Trumpites. We're proud of Trumpmania. We're proud of our new president. And everybody is singing it to the heavens. And it's about time we finally get
a guy that's real religious,
Oh,
slinging
worker.
slinging his own beer.
our country back.
Wait, I have to get you lost me when you said Hulk Hogan was afraid of anything. I mean, I've seen you clothesline people. I've seen you do it all. Wait, well, how could you possibly be afraid?
He's afraid of a lot of things. Interview me.
Have been afraid of anything.
I didn't want to split my audience as a businessman.
Yeah.
Plus, I didn't want people throwing rocks through my business, coming to my home and doing what they did to Kavanaugh, So at the end of the day, I was afraid. I was sitting on the couch being a coward, and finally I decided to step up and be a man. That's what I meant. I was hiding like everybody else. Even though I voted for Donald Trump back in the day, I wouldn't tell anybody. It's completely different now because we took America back. We're on the right path. God in our homes, God in our country.
We should go back and see in our massive Hulk Hogan archives of during like the Barack
Obama.
Like during any election, if he took a stance either way back in the day.
God in our schools. One nation under God.
Well, they took a shot at my hero.
I sent you his Trump
They
dance.
took a shot at my hero. That's when I had to go. Sit idly by. That's when I had to. I couldn't sit by there. What'd you send me, Lummy?
The Trump dance. Him in New York.
That red hot American blood running through my veins, brother. And don't forget about my new beer, brother. All American beer is here. It's going to bring some beer that's going to bring the country together.
This is when he
Democrats can drink it. Republicans can drink it.
He struggled to rip off his shirt.
What's that?
Hogan hates black Americans.
Even throw in a Mexican. I am 80 with 2 replaced hips.
It just feels like Hogan, I mean, I know it's a whole setup to promote his beer, but it feels like he really needs acceptance. And maybe that's something
Listen, one of the biggest thing Hogan, I don't have to prove how well I know Hogan. But one of the things about Hogan is he absolutely, positively hates, cannot stand to be alone. He always has to have one of his guy buddies. You notice, Lemmy, he goes from one wife right to another.
Yep.
He's never been single. He's never dated a few people. He's one of the most insecure people that I know. And he could never, there'd be many a times, Lummy, when I was in between, Jenna and Heather, and I was single, kind of, just really, really having a good time. Hogan would call me up on a Sunday and be like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, and it was really, I didn't have Tyler at the time. Like it was not my day to have Tyler.
Did you ever tell him you were watching football?
Yeah, I did. I said, he called me up on a Sunday like at 1:00, and I didn't have Tyler. I mean, it wasn't my day to have him. So I genuinely had a big-ass 7,000 square foot home to myself, and I'd be in bed on my big screen TV watching football. Because, Lummy, I had one of those illegal satellite cards.
Oh, yeah,
you know
nice.
what I'm saying? We all did. And I was watching, and I'd be like, "What are you doing, brother?" I'm like, "I'm watching football." "Who's over at the house?" "Nobody." "Same at my place. Nobody's here either. Linda took the kids. It's out to shiz hopping over at Liz Ando."
I think he was the type of guy to call hookers to come cuddle.
No.
He just called Bubba?
No, he called me, and he'd be like, "So I'm over here at his house, doing this, nothing." I'm like, "Well, I know, but I'm here."
He wanted you to come over?
I got the Packer game. "Brother, why don't you come over? We'll take the biz out over to Shiz Heppards and get into some nonsense." I'd be like, "Terry, on the Packers are..." "Brother, Packers smackers, get your ass over here." So I'd go over there. I'd be over there by 2:00. We'd jump on the NWO boat, go right over to Shepherd's, throw anchor, and then it was like he was always wanted people to gravitate around him and mark out to him.
Well, for people that don't...
he needed that. So, when we pulled up at Shepherd's, when Shepherd's was really
it's like
the
a
thing
boat bar
back,
for people that don't know.
Yeah,
and
it has a big sandbar, and you throw out your anchor, and you can your boat.
You can be seen very easily if you're Hulk Hogan.
Well, especially when you roll up on a 42-foot NWO Hulk Hogan boat.
Yeah, that's he sticks out.
Yeah, it was his Thunder in Paradise boat.
Oh,
so we pull up in that. Always 10, 15, 20 chicks. Oh, man, I got a story. I don't know if I should tell it. I might tell it.
Hold on. Is this the boat? Well, one I sent you.
No, the story I got to tell you.
I sent you a picture and a video because Seth was talking
about
about
him and I got into one time that I've never talked about.
Oh.
And yes, When you show up to that at Shepherd's, Seth, there's not a lot of kayfabe as it is on the boat.
Suburban
Yeah.
Commando on the side.
I could tell the bikini start to
I'm
becoming
the one
untied.
that, and by the way, I'm the one that sold that boat for him, and the guy reneged on it, and we had to go back and get it. Oh yeah, I was part of all of that.
I'm not a boat guy, Bubba, but that is the ugliest wrap and paint job I've ever seen in my
and
life.
It was all about him. Like it was like a big film, like this is a piece of a film.
Oh, yeah, it's
Like a
terrible.
picture of him in Suburban Commando.
And it showed him. That's the Rocky scene.
Thunder in
That's
Paradise.
That's Thunder in Paradise.
No, that's Suburban Commando.
That's NWO when he's
Oh
smoking
my
the cigar.
God.
That's him. It's like, so this whole thing was wrapped with movie scenes.
Oh, I see the nanny one too, Mr. Nanny.
Yeah, with movie scenes, and you pull up in that Shepherd, and it was just literally, Lummy, like a magnet for hot bitches.
Oh, yeah.
I gotta listen. You know what? I probably shouldn't tell this story that I got, but
Let me mark the tape.
it is a. I've never told it before. I just thought of it.
You and Hogan did an Eiffel Tower on the NWO boat?
We did something pretty comparable.
Oh, no. I don't want to hear that.
I don't know if I should even say it. It could be legal.
Should he say it? I don't even know. I'm just...
Yeah, let's just say it. And then I got the him talking about being the president's counsel for physical fitness on Sunday.
Physical fitness, brother.
All natural, brother.
Listen, kids, don't worry about the fact that I've been on Triz Aisle 2 times for some Anadrol Fizz-50. Don't worry about that. Take your vitamins, say your prayers, brother, because I'm the new czar of health and fitness.
Oh, is this another show he was on Fox?
Yeah, he's on Fox with Brian Kilmeade.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Lummy, you know what, Lummy? Screw it. He's probably not going to hear this.
No, of course not.
Rhett, get ready to sharpen your editing. This needs to be a short or a reel or a standalone because it is a doozy.
Well, he'll hear it at that point.
Yeah, at that point.
That's okay. Get it out. Okay. I don't care. I'm not saying anything. You know what? I'm going to be vague enough.
Can we get to the point when you guys are ramming the chick?
There what?
There was no chick.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
I was getting laid, brother. Thank you, Melissa Carpenter. Hi, everybody. How you doing? Wait till you hear this fucking story. Wow. I don't think I could tell it anywhere else. This is going to be... It's salacious. Hi, Dawn. Hi, Trick. Hello, Harold. Supermax. 843, Ray. Sally. Alex Permagron. Big Lunge. I think, Big Buck, my friend, Buck, I'll see you for our fence Operation Fix. You know, I might take the show a little long today. So, we'll say goodbye to the affiliates. Maybe stay on a little bit. Thank you to Killer Bee Customs for my helmet. Also, that seafood place. Hey, Buzzard. Hey, Ohio. Tina?
Can I be honest with you, Sponjo?
What?
I don't think you need a stage for Bark at all. I was just kind of looking at the parking lot assessing it. It takes up a lot of space, and really, I mean, like...
Yes, we need a stage.
Why?
We just need a stage.
We got a stage in here.
We need a stage, buddy. We got a stage. It's been in storage for a year. We store it, like there's no infrastructure. It's already built.
Well, I'm just saying, I saw there's like a trailer in the parking lot. I figured we could just hop on that. Or a hauler, or whatever they're called. Fine. Fuck me for trying to save money.
The stage costs us no money, lover.
It costs time and setup.
5 minutes for me and Lummy to drive it, to walk it over there.
Oh, you don't set it up.
You know what? No.
You haven't set up a stage since
You just better
97.
hope that your pending goes to hard.
Yeah,
okay?
Trust me.
So that's all you need to
Trust
know
me, I'll be on the phone with my bank all day, buddy.
Trust me, you need to stop
Trust me,
worrying
Chase
about...
is going to be hearing from me. And your little unknown bank that you use.
I bank at Truist, bitch.
Exactly. Nobody knows. I can't find a Truist.
Truist is a fucking reputable bank, you stupid fuck.
Well, not good enough. Not good enough.
What bank? Who do you bank at?
Chase and Bank of America. I got multiple accounts.
So do I. Yeah.
Okay, great. Cool.
And I got a brand new American Express card yesterday. My credit's coming back.
Black card?
No.
Okay, well then don't flex, bitch, because that ain't shit.
But I'm
on a payment plan with my credit card, motherfucker.
Guess what? Not that it's valid, but I still got my black card back from when I used to have one.
Why are you even carrying that around?
Just to remind me that I used to be on top.
Are you trying to get on top again?
Yeah.
Okay, well there you go.
I feel that. Straight metal. That's a fucking pimp right there.
That's kind of light. I really thought it'd be have more weight to it.
You flip that out, buddy. You flip this to pay for dinner. Motherfuckers take notice. Okay?
I've never paid for dinner in my life.
You're true. Fucking wedge.
You can just start cash apping me my paycheck, buddy.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto Studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Rhett and Macho. I might take the show long today. And that would be probably, we would just, break on break 8. That would be clearing the network. And then we would just come back. Keep the stream going.
Yeah, we might have to fire the intro or the outro.
Okay.
I believe.
But that's just to disconnect.
Yeah.
The terrestrials. Then we can leave the stream intact, right?
Yeah, we did that last Thursday for overtime.
So we're probably going to go a little overtime today.
Perfect.
Fort Walton Beach, Tampa, Phoenix, our terrestrial affiliates. We'll be saying goodbye about 10 like we always do. We'll do a 5-minute and 20-second commercial deal, and then we'll come back. The stream will not be interrupted, and we'll be live on Rumble, Facebook, YouTube, X, Twitch. Did I get them all?
Is this because
Rumble, YouTube, X, Twitch, Facebook. This is because we got a lot to cover, Seth. If you don't want to stick around, you can go. We don't need you.
Are we making this a members only after show?
I'm not a member. Bubba,
yes, you are a member.
I am.
Yes, you are a member. No, I don't, because at that point that would require us to have to break the stream. Let's just keep the stream going.
Yeah.
No members only, Lumby. Stupid suggestion.
No, not really, because then I mean a lot of people would want to listen to it and sign up and be a member.
But Bubba, my question wasn't about.
that requires me to interrupt this stream, and I don't want to do that. What's that, Setho?
My question wasn't about staying late or overtime or anything like that, because I planned to sit in your massage chair after the show anyways. It was about the fact that the show's doing well monetarily. Does that give you that extra push to kind of keep going?
Well, that, and I'm in a pretty good mood today.
Okay.
I think we got a pretty good show going on today.
Yeah.
The money has been really good.
Yes.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army.
I figured that's a good way to keep on going.
And I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No. I just wanted to know. Like I said, I have no issue staying. I just figured when people are kind of showing the love, with the Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, that it'll give you the drive to want to keep going as long as you can.
And YouTube memberships.
Yes.
People have been gifting those and buying those. I will do a lot of members only YouTubing over the weekend, as I'll be in Indianapolis. Tomorrow I'll be at my sister's mansion for a Thanksgiving extravaganza with all types of humanity, from Boo Boo, which is Erica's dad, to one cool dude, my uncle, to Joe Kralis, very Warsaw famous, to the filthy Egyptian who's my brother-in-law, who always tries to rub his wiener on me.
Can't wait.
And Lummy, plus I want to tell this Hogan story that I have.
And Donald goes, our president, my president, said, you know something, Hogan? You'd be great to run the President's Council on Physical Fitness because you're 71. You still got that Trump pump on, brother, and it'd be great if you got all the kids in America in shape. My thing is, I'm a beach bum, brother. I love staying on the beach, but you never know. It could happen. And Donald goes, our president, my president.
Get out of here.
Is this story going to hurt his chance of becoming the president council on physical fitness?
No, I'm not going to. I'm going to tell the story in a vague way that people can fill in the blanks the way they think it potentially went down. I'm gonna say it vaguely enough so that I don't get in trouble, but people can probably piece it together. B Fudd probably has the intellect to be able to piece it together.
Are we gonna get the long version?
I'm just gonna give you the what went down version.
All right.
Kamala Harris campaign. Her various handlers and things like that, they suggest that Trump's sit down with Joe Rogan to blame for her not joining the podcast. Are they saying that she may have lost the election, or maybe it was weren't we saying all along that this is a mistake?
Yeah.
Like, you giving Joe stays true to the game. He does long form podcasts. He doesn't do short ones. He does long ones.
Well, no, what they're saying is,
and if you don't agree to travel to Austin, Texas, and sit down for 2 or 3 hours and do the podcast the way Joe has been doing it since 2006 or whatever the hell he started, then I'm sorry, but we may not be for you. So what are they saying?
Well, they're saying that what Rogan did was he used that as leverage, as her potentially coming on, to actually get Trump to come in the studio with him.
Okay, so be it. But I know that he did offer her an opportunity to come in, and she denied because she didn't want to travel to Austin. Now, she was in Houston with the Beyonce deal.
Her demands were I think him traveling to her is fine. I think her setting the hour is Joe's got to set it. I know she's got to be places, but if you're going to sit down with Joe, you got to go the full thing.
And especially if your competition has. So she could have come in after Trump.
Longwood, $50.
And played. Thank you, Longwood. And played by the same rules that he played, not anything more or anything less than what he went through, and done an interview with Joe Rogan. And I don't think that Trump had any demands or had any areas you can't go to or had any time constraints or even had you have to come to me. I don't know that Joe Rogan travels to anybody, quite frankly, to do podcasting. I think Joe Rogan is the biggest, one of the, if not the largest influencer and media forms that Joe can ultimately determine, you have to come to me. I'm not coming to you. I'm not.
I know. Can I say this? I know people are going to really have a hard time digesting it, but I don't. Joe Rogan had nothing to do with this election. The people that already had their mind up made when Trump went on, and if Kamala went on, she would not be the president right now.
I disagree. I don't think the outcome of the election would have been much different, but I think she would have come across a little bit differently to a section of people. Now, are those people enough to sway the vote? No, not at all. But would she maybe have bettered her, not legacy, but maybe come across a little bit better to the average person that is a Joe Rogan fan that was on the fence of potentially voting for her? Maybe. I mean, her not doing it, listen, we can determine this. Her not doing it didn't work, right?
Yep.
I think
had she done it, well, you could at least eliminate that. You know, she did it and it didn't work. But now you can't even speculate as to whether it would have made a difference or not because she refused in a very prima donna type way to not do it.
Well, she had several chances throughout the campaign cycle to sit down and do a real interview and prove that she had, a shred of human emotion and an authentic personality. And that was her last chance to do that. People never saw that. People holding out hope to vote for her because they either vote Democrat all the time or they were hoping she would bring something to the table. It just never happened. Like,
right.
People aren't stupid.
She's
the most hollow candidate they have ever rolled out, and she wasn't even picked by the people.
The Oprah Winfrey deal did nothing for her with the star-studded lineup of Bryan Cranston and Meryl Streep and Julie Roberts and all that nonsense. That did nothing for her.
Big Arms 101, $20.
The the Eminem intro into Barack Obama into her from Detroit. Guess what? She lost Michigan.
Yeah.
I'm just saying she lost Michigan. That did nothing.
But do celebrity but then you have to go, do celebrity endorsements matter?
No, they don't.
Yeah, I don't think they do.
Well,
but you know what?
She did. You could go watch it after the fact and break down like, oh, this was probably a scripted question. This was something she knew was coming beforehand.
But what does matter is a 3-hour long form. You can't hide from the questions. That matters. That matters. And when you don't do that and your opponent does, it shows that you're afraid of something. You're afraid of non-scripted, non-softball. This ain't The View, baby. This ain't The View. This is real. This is real stuff.
She needed an atmosphere like that for sure because her entire campaign was seemingly founded on a lie. You remember they lied about how Biden's health was. They rolled him out on the debate stage. The entire country saw how embarrassing a shape he was in, and they really had no choice.
Right.
So
hey, listen to this. This prime example. John Morgan, which, by the way, just tweeted out a few days ago that he was at the White House. I guess Biden's having, various,
Yeah, he had like a dinner for like a goodbye dinner for the donors.
He had a goodbye dinner for the major donors. Guess who's there? Johnny Morgan. We had Johnny Morgan on, probably, arguably, one of the most influential Democratic donors in the state of Florida. By far. I mean, can anybody think of anybody else?
I don't really know, but I think I don't think anybody took a bigger L in the election than John Morgan with the recreational marijuana because I know how much money he put behind that one.
Yeah, but you know what? Like he said, next time we'll get him. He's got so much money. He's like, I'll throw another $10 million at it next time. Because you know what? The way marijuana laws are now, that's my rules too. I'll either make it there or I'll make it the other way. It don't matter. But when we had John Morgan on, he's like, listen, I'm sitting out this election. I'm not endorsing Kamala Harris. This candidate was never elected or selected by us Democrats. We never had a say-so in her nomination.
Well, he was on Chris,
and he sat out.
He was on Chris Cuomo's show the other night saying that they've been hitting him up for donations now because they're
trying to make up that deficit. Yeah. We got $30 million to make up. Johnny, can you send us $5?
He wouldn't donate before. I don't think he's donating to make up a deficit.
So I mean, she's taking listen, the Joe Rogan to do the Joe Rogan deal when your opponent has done it is an absolute must. Tick for tat. Whatever he does, she does. Whatever she does, he does. Meaning, like, media-wise.
Well, I mean, look,
he wasn't going to go on The View because that was going to be one. They didn't invite him. They didn't want him.
But she did Stern. He didn't do Stern. I mean, everybody.
Stern didn't want him.
Well, I know, but
Stern didn't invite him.
Right. Well, I'm saying everybody. Each of them, I think, had audiences where they didn't necessarily. But Trump wasn't on SNL at all.
Rogan might have been the only one that invited them both. Is what I'm trying to say. Out of all the franchises of news, Rogan is one the largest. and 2 was the only one that was going to go long form, and you're both invited. So, and now her camp's talking about it, how it was a problem, how they, it probably wasn't the right call. It wasn't. But she would have Rogan would have killed her.
So then why would she have gone on?
In order to dispel what Rhett said, the shallowness, so that Joe Rogan could peel that onion back down to the core.
There was nothing there.
So
everybody knew that.
But maybe there was something there.
Maybe she could have proved.
Maybe there. But you know,
wrong.
listen, there was nothing there. According to what we saw, Seth, on the various interviews that she did. But maybe there is something there. And maybe it needed a long form, wizard like Joe Rogan and his questions and the way he interviews people for us to find something good about her.
If there was something there, then you would have heard it on Oprah, or you would have heard it on Howard Stern, or you would have heard it on The Breakfast Club, or an environment that she was comfortable in. If you're putting her in an environment that she's not comfortable in, you're definitely not going to get that.
Yeah. Well, they're licking their chops. They're licking their wounds now.
I don't think this was even close enough to where you can look at these little. I don't think it made an impact either way.
So let me. We were talking about treacherous driving.
Yes.
Earlier today, and this popped up on like one of my suggested feeds, and I'm obviously huge into racing and Formula One. I've gotten more and more involved into Formula One and just how technical, how like it's like $500,000 for a car. Whew. And, the gear shift, when these guys downshift, they use the gearbox to scrub a lot of their speed so they don't have to brake. But the paddle shifters on Formula One are, right there at the steering wheel where they just do it from there. They don't have to go to the side. They don't have to move their hands at all when they're upshifting or downshifting. And talk about, so this is I think how do you pronounce the Cena? Is it Arion?
What? Cessna?
No. The guy name was
Mario Andretti?
No.
Cena. Yeah.
Yeah, he's
IndyCar driver.
John Cena.
No, not John Cena.
IndyCar. It's Cena.
No, it's F1.
Billy
Arion. It was like Arion.
Ayrton.
Lewis Hamilton?
No.
Ayrton.
Atron Cena, who was recognized as one of the greatest F1 drivers of all time. And this is from 1996. And this is before the technology where they had paddle shifting and all this kind of stuff. This guy ended up dying in a really, really gruesome wreck in Formula One, but he's recognized as one of the greatest of all times. And so I was watching this video today, Lummy, and this is his qualifying run in the 1996 Japan Grand Prix, and it just totally freaks me out the way you can see the F1 guys run now. Maybe, Lummy, you can pull me up on like a Verstappen or Lewis Hamilton, like the latest qualifying run from like the last couple weeks.
Okay,
and you can just show how stable and how much different it was back in 96. And so I saw this today and I'm like, oh my God, this is as sketch as you could possibly get. So I wanted to play it for you. Back when, like, these are real race car drivers. And just watch how sketch this is. Again, hold on, my show. Stuff that I like. You may not like it.
That's right.
But man, this is scary. And I think he said on the poll here, and he's recognized as one of the greatest F1 drivers of all time, if not the. And just he didn't have a paddle shift right there at his fingertips. He had to take his hand off the steering wheel, and the gear shifter was on the right hand side. So when he was downshifting, getting into corners, even Seth will probably be impressed about how sketch this is. So there's the course. So, Lummy, this is the in-car.
Whoa.
Listen, there's no halo over your helmet. Like, see, your helmet's just like white, like Harry and the Hendersons.
They used to sound cool as hell, though.
Oh, because they would run like 13,000 RPMs. And just watch. I mean, Rhett, you may appreciate this. Watch how. And again, no big roll bar over your helmet or nothing. And I think they were faster back then too.
I sent you
Raw
a
dogging it.
I sent you a in-car Lewis Hamilton qualifying.
All right, so let me just play this for you. So, hold on. I gotta make sure I have. Did I lose the?
No, it's right next to it. The Facebook one.
That one?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So this is qualifying by today's standards. I mean, now it's sketch, but it ain't like protective, halo that will hit, that won't, it won't cheese grade your head off your shoulders if you go upside down. This is a guy that now has been recognized as the greatest of all time. I think he's won the most championships. He might be tied with Senna, but I think this guy now is officially the greatest of all times in F1. But just look at how much the racing has changed and how controlled. And he shifts, and everything he needs to do to that car, from weight jacking to wing adjustment, everything can be done from that steering wheel. He never
it's quite literally a game controller.
He doesn't have to do it from boost to passing.
Is that why when those guys went underwater to visit the Titanic, they were
that's the way it is now.
Yes.
Okay.
They capped the RPMs in the new car, so right around 13,000. And then back in the day, you used to get guys getting like between 18 and 20.
So
people
Red,
are saying.
So we just saw how it is now, right? Fairly controlled. Got a big halo over your head. Shifting on the paddle shift, Willie. Watch one of the greatest of all time. Watch how barbaric this is. And straight sketch. Head bobbling around.
Mike Thurman, $50.
He looked it.
He doesn't look like he's much bigger now.
He'd whoop your ass then.
Oh my God, for sure.
I think you would have beat Tom Brady up though.
Me?
Yeah.
Tom Brady's pretty fucking big in real life.
Yeah,
Sorry, never mind. You would have got your ass whooped too.
Well, Alex Guerrero probably has the one that carries the gun.
2 on his arms.
Oh no. I mean, like, just in case anybody got near his man.
The Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu guy comes up to him.
Oh man, that's some real protection in the family.
Brady's about 6'5", I think.
Yeah, no, he's tall. Yeah. I mean, most QBs are. That's why they make such a big deal about the shorter ones.
So I'm not very far behind at all.
Oh, no.
I don't think we're gonna go over.
Oh my God! Cancel the after show. There might be a sports show today. Is there a sports show today?
Yeah. It's for Mario.
Sports show.
He needs to get his pick so he can make some money. Come on, Jamie.
I mean, we may not go that far over today. I don't know.
Oh, okay. This other story's going to put us over the top.
Yeah, but if they're still making it rain, we're going to keep shaking our asses, right?
That's right.
Yeah, but the rain's dried up a little bit.
I understand. It was a nice rainstorm while it lasted.
It was, but it's over. So if we get some donos, here in the last 30, maybe we'll stick around.
Some big old 5 memberships.
How will I know?
That's why I was fucking singing it out in the hallway. I was wondering why I was singing fucking Whitney Houston.
Where's that little bitch who told me to stop being loud during Hot Mic?
Can't say his name.
Little fuck boy, you turn your radio down.
Oh, John Kostika made it rain 100 on the PayPal. I'll have to give him recognition on the backside. Thank you, Johnny K.
Moana 2 coming out.
He's excited. I thought it's already out.
It's out?
Isn't it?
Oh, yeah, it's out, yeah. Moana 2's out.
Rock wants you to sing in the theaters.
Dude, Moana 2's out literally as they're currently filming the live action Moana. Like it's just gonna keep coming now.
What is it?
Moana, a Disney movie. The Rock did a voice in. It was a big one. Their second one comes out today, and they're filming a live action.
Yeah.
That the Rock's in.
It's a Disney movie?
Yeah.
A cartoon about some Samoans.
Did the first one do good?
Yeah. Yeah, I've probably seen that one like 100 times.
Old girl just wants to keep watching it?
She did when she was a baby. She's going to see the second one today with her camp. What else can I say? You're welcome.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Johnny K. Johnny Kostika, Steel Slinging Madman. Head of the Indiana Bubba Army Mafia. With Wagsy and Cable Dog. Scotty Landers, Gas City.
Scott Lugo gifted 5 memberships.
Gooch, Sumo, Shane Brizow, Pork Chop, Sawyer. $100, Johnny K. Love you, Johnny K.
Shane Brown, get back to Lum Lum.
Shane Brown, man, text Lummy back. It's got a modern day buffering situation. Let me blow a couple of these stories out, Lummy, before I give you the Hogan High spot at the very end of the show. And we're going to probably end the show on time today. Starting to get a little hoarse, tired, hungry.
You got to get rest before the Warsaw game.
Yeah, I got to rest.
Isn't it Saturday?
Yeah. Saturday, yeah.
Okay.
A lot of traveling, Seb.
A lot of traveling. Even though I'm taking a direct flight, getting picked up, Ubering to my hotel, and then Larry Plummer taking me back to my hotel. So I only got one Ubering situation. Ubering, I get anxiety for Uber. I think I feel as if they're gouging me.
Well, I think Erica probably uses her Uber, and then they see her picture, and then they pull up and they see you, and they are they probably get a little afraid themselves. Sorry.
So let me did Alex Stein, our good friend, Pimp on a Blimp.
Yep.
Alex Stein 99, always on the grind. Blimp, BlazeTV.com. The night host. He's good friends with Tim Pool.
Yes, he
and
is.
Tim Cast. How did this guy get so popular? Like, where did he come from? Like, what's his background?
Man. Great question.
And I get tired. Does he always wear that sock hat? And I got to think, man, wouldn't you be? I would be sweating.
He lives in West Virginia, so I guess it's always cold there.
But I mean, he's got like a must participate. I mean, he's got huge podcasting numbers, does he not? Does he not have a huge following?
Yes, he does.
Seth, you know about the people, streamers and podcasters and people's numbers. Is he huge?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, he's
huge.
Yes, he's not one of those guys that has to do like crazy, wacky things at all. Just doing his show and talking and having guests is puts him at the top.
So, Alex does his show. Him and Tim are good friends, and Alex kind of starts. Mother effing Elon Musk a little bit.
Well, so Alex is talking because Alex is a flat Earth believer.
Oh, Alex really is?
Yeah.
No, come on.
And so he went on.
No, he's not.
Yeah.
He's a flat earther
No.
Yes.
because that's what Tim wanted him to be, to go point, counterpoint. But
I thought that, but then I when I was talking to Stein on the phone, and I said,
he's a flat earther?
Yeah, I asked him, and
Come on,
he
dude.
gave me his theories. He told me not to
just what's
say anything
convenient for
until
the
he
bit
did his
this
Tim
week.
Pool thing.
That's just go ahead, Rhett. What were you going to say?
So that's just what's convenient for the bit this
Right.
week.
That's
I'm telling you,
that's
he
so
is
that
a strong believer in
That's
it.
so that Tim Pool can go crazy on him.
No,
Tim
'cause
Pool
he-
needed a guy that presents well and is educated, and Tim Pool needed a flat earther guy, so he called Alex up and said, "Alex, guess what? What? You're a flat earther."
Yeah, Alex doesn't care about doing
All
this
right,
stuff. He's
well,
on Tim Pool. He's
when
getting the
you-
views from it.
All right. Well, when we talk to him on Wednesday, you
Oh, I
guys can
can't
ask
wait.
him, and
I can't wait. I
He
can't
talked
wait.
about it last year on the show, and
It's
we
funny
kind of blew
because
him
I
off.
hope that this gets clipped, and I hope Elon sees this, because Elon all day long brags about how these rockets are, taking off and going to the ISS or whatever. Yet, Tim, this is a provable fact. The farthest that
This is an interesting observation.
He has another whatever.
What? You just can't whatever.
I had a I'm having
Interaction?
a stroke. Yeah,
Are you having a stroke?
Does he have more interesting observations?
Yes,
Lemmy?
thank
Are you stroking out?
I'm having a stroke. He had more interesting observations on even like the globe.
Lemmy,
and
you're
the
like
map.
second mic. You got to be.
I'm having a
crisp
stroke,
and
Bub.
clear.
I don't know what it is.
Seriously?
I had some
Do I need to
pretzels
get
from
to,
Macho.
do I need to get the AED machine out?
If I start shaking, I need it. But
Yeah,
sorry.
pretzels from Macho's doesn't have regular pretzel. He's got EDM pretzels.
Oh, I see that.
They're probably full of
angel dust.
Yeah, probably spiked you with fentanyl.
Oh man. Yeah, yes, he had some takes on the map.
Don't Mike Tyson it and change the word that you want to use to a simpler word, saying he had some interesting perspective. So he had some takes on some stuff. No, say what you were gonna say. Sound it out. You're Mike 2. EP. What were you gonna say?
I don't remember what I was at.
You too.
What was the word? Seth said it.
Interesting observations.
Yeah, so Stein had an interesting observation and take on.
You really had to slow that down,
Yes,
didn't
I
you,
did.
buddy? You just couldn't. It just didn't flow.
No, that is
with the
those
natural
words,
lummy flow.
No, those words do not come out
Well,
of
you know
my
what?
mouth.
I don't think Lemmy was prepared for all this backlash that he would have to defend Stein's flat Earth, because I feel like a flat earther, that's something you know about somebody right when you meet them, and it's coming out after all this time now. I think it just shocked us, and Lemmy felt the backlash of it.
And I feel like you're, like you instantaneously get put in a whack job category.
I think that's why
when you are a flat earther.
He was kind of nervous before the Tim Pool because he didn't want me to mention it to you or like Seth.
I got a whole nother. I mean, like I got a whole different light that I look at.
He said you guys would make fun of him,
and I can't get him on the show fast enough. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yep.
Yeah, I can't believe Stein's a flat earther. That's insane.
Yeah, we'll get to the bottom of that next Wednesday.
Hey, I was just calling. You were talking about old royalty. I was at the royalty party. I took Dave Hernandez to your royalty party.
Oh, God bless Dave. And he died about three weeks later.
Absolutely, dude. That was, and he had more fun at that party than I had ever seen him have.
And I felt so bad because he came to me in his little Dave Hernandez type way, and he's always Dave Hernandez was kind of a meek, mild, kind of stay in the
absolutely.
So he
scared of everything.
Scared of everything, and he comes to me and he goes, "Bubba," I go, "What, bud?" He goes, "I'm scared," and I go, "What are you scared of?" He goes, "I don't feel good. I don't feel right. I don't feel good. I'm scared." And I go, "Well, have you been to the doctor?" And he's like, "I have an appointment to go." And from the time that he said that to me at BARP to the time that he was scheduled to go to the doctor, he died.
Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah. Oh, his parents hate me. I couldn't even go to the funeral. They think I took him to that party and he got COVID.
Now, hold on. Now, are they blaming the BARP party for his death?
Not necessarily. No.
What do you mean not necessarily? You said that you took him to that BARP party and he got COVID and died. So I think that is necessarily.
Well, that's not what happened. He didn't die from COVID.
Oh,
but that's what.
What did he die from?
I'm not exactly 100% sure. I don't even want to say something exactly because he had a lot of medical issues.
Well, yeah, he had a lot of medical issues. He did pre-existing. So So anyway, what's your point, buddy?
Nothing. I was just calling to let you guys know, like, you guys are absolutely amazing.
Well, thank you. And by what means do you watch or listen to the show?
I've listened to you since, serious days.
I know, but what means do you catch the show now?
Oh, 820.
Oh, listen to me on 820. Great, perfect. That's awesome.
And, or if I can't do that, YouTube. But I work a lot, so I can't watch a whole lot. So
820, 820 it is, my friend.
Yeah, absolutely. I live over here in Riverview, so
great, perfect. Appreciate your call. R.I.P. to your good friend Dave Hernandez. Any other pleasantries, my friend?
Oh no, that's it, man. Just love the show, man. It's been fantastic lately.
Have a great Thanksgiving.
Absolutely, you guys too.
Thanks, buddy. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, about your the whole F1 thing. It's like the letter R and the number 10. It's Ayrton Senna.
Ayrton Senna. Now, did he? Yeah. How many championships did he win?
I think he only won like 2 or 3 because he didn't have a lot. But the whole catching on fire and getting the reason why he died is because his lungs got burned internally from the ethanol.
Really?
Now, which one? He inhaled so much of it.
Which one died in a skiing accident? Or no, I'm sorry. Which one is?
No. Michael Schumacher got paralyzed after he won his 7th.
Right, and he's still alive, but nobody ever sees him. His family keeps him because he's kind of.
No, he. I think he passed away a couple of years ago. He was a full quadriplegic, feeding tube, all that stuff. I think he finally passed away.
Hold on, I think you might be wrong on that. I think he still might be
alive.
I think he's still alive.
Yeah. Hold on, let me ask. Hey Alexa, is Michael Schumacher still alive?
Yeah.
Michael Schumacher is still alive. He is 55 years old.
Hey, I mean, sir, I don't like to face my callers, but I kind of faced you on that one, bud.
That was a good call.
I had read that his family, he hasn't been seen for a decade, and he's literally on life support, like in a hotel.
Yeah.
But he was he was gonna be the greatest of all time. Probably win 9 or 10 of them until he got into it wasn't even a race. It wasn't even a racing incident. It was a skiing deal, like a Sonny Bono deal.
Yeah. He Sonny Bono'd himself.
Right. And now Lewis Hamilton's becoming less he's won 7 championships, but it seemed like that Verstappen guy, Lewis can't even hold that guy's jock right now.
No, not at all. I grew up my whole life. My dad, I've seen F1 races and I've gone to him. I've been a Schumacher fan my whole life until this year. America's finally getting Cadillac is getting into the F1 scene, so I finally get to root for an American team.
But F1 is so they're so protective of their brand. Yeah. It's amazing they let Cadillac in because I know the Andretti's were trying to field a team and they flat out told
it is fielded by Andretti. They unveiled the car. I think last weekend actually. They unveiled it all black.
It took the Andretti's a couple years to break. I mean, at first they were told hard no for the Andretti's.
Hard no.
Yeah. And so now
they told him it was going to be like $11 million just to get their foot in the door.
Now are they going to drive the Cadillac car?
Yeah, the black and gold Cadillac car.
Now, can Cadillac come up with something comparable to what Mercedes, Ferrari, McLaren? Can they come up with something that because the motors are a $500,000 a piece.
Yes, I watched a little behind the scenes test and tune thing. I think it was on either YouTube or Horsepower TV or something like that. And they did a little test and tune and they showed the engine at 14,000 RPMs, just killing it. And they were they're ready to go. And they unveiled the car.
Did you see the Senna video that I played a few minutes ago?
Yeah, absolutely.
God, I mean, it's a whole different ball. I mean, they're so in control now. Their car's so stable. They got the big halo around them. Man, when Senna was out there, shifting gears on the right hand side, that was a real race car driver right there, man.
Xerxes $69, $10. New amount per 020.
So anyway, buddy, man, thank you for the info. And I would love to see an American, because Gene Haas has done nothing in F1. He's wasted his money for the most part.
So much money. so much.
I mean, like it's
ridiculous.
Like, but I'd love to see the Andretti's come in there with Cadillac
and win at Texas
and be competitive. You know what I'm saying? Be a top, but be on the podium every couple weeks.
I would love to see him win at Texas at home.
Well, the American Grand. I mean, the F1 now has what? Miami, Texas, and Vegas. They have 3 races in the states, don't they?
Yep.
Yeah, Miami, which is at the first of the year. And then Texas is that in the middle of the year, and then they end the year in Vegas.
I think that's race number 10. I think.
And then Vegas is have they done the Vegas one yet?
Vegas was last week.
Vegas was last week.
Yes. Vegas was just with the real bright. They had the real bright light up ground and all that stuff. And Vegas was really weird. It was hard to watch.
Who won Vegas?
I don't know. I'm at work at 4:30 in the morning on Monday, so anything that happens on Sunday, it's kind of a blur.
Who's going to win the championship? Verstappen?
Probably. I think he already has won it, actually.
You know what I like about F1 is I like it when you're in second place or you're behind a guy and you're within such a like pretty close distance, then your back wing opens up so that you can go faster. And oh, that's cool. But if you're it's all done it's all done electronically. Like if you're too far away, then they don't let you do it. But if you get within a certain distance of the guy in front of you, then your back wing opens up on the straightaways, and you can just haul. You can go like 5 or 10 mile an hour faster than the guy.
Russell won Vegas.
So, hey, bud, thank you for the F1 knowledge. Appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
All right, now
Hamilton got second. Russell got first.
Or whatever. Yet, Tim, this is a provable fact. The farthest that NASA.
By the way, Pimp on a Blimp, Alex Stein on the Timcast, and he's talking about back in 1969 we could send rocket ships like 5 times farther than we can today. And if we have all this technology and stuff, why can we only send rocket ships, a few hundred miles out of orbit? When back in the day we can send them like 500,000 miles or something like that.
Has ever sent a rocket is the moon. 1969 through 1972, the Apollo moon missions that went through the Van Allen radiation belt, which that's a whole kit and caboodle. Like how were we able to get this film through this deadly radiation back and forth? How did that work? But my point is, we had rockets that could go 257,000 miles in 1969, and today the farthest we can go is low Earth orbit, which is what is it, 120 miles? What is low Earth orbit? How far is it?
500.
Yeah, like 500. I'm saying so. Rockets in 1969 could go 257,000 miles, and now the farthest we can go is 500 miles.
That doesn't make sense.
It's funny because I hope this
shut it
gets
down.
clipped,
The
and I
Earth's
hope.
flat.
What's that?
I said shut it down. The Earth's flat.
I sent you the because he sent it to me when he was talking to me.
Is he listening to the show right now?
No. This is when we were talking about it like 2 weeks ago. That's it. So I asked him what he thinks the globe is, and he said, "Well, that's the flat Earth, and that's how you can navigate. That's how the world really looks."
What?
Yeah.
That's what he. So that's just he took a globe and just smashed it.
Yep.
So everything just smashes out.
So then the Earth ends at some point and you fall off, don't you?
No, that's where the Antarctica that people believe, and you can't.
So hold on. Let's say I'm trucking along. Here's America, right?
Yep.
And if I keep going north, I go through all the Canada and stuff. Then there's the North Pole, right?
Yep.
Then I keep going. I think that's Russia.
Yep.
And you keep going. Where am I if I go
Antarctica.
here? Okay, but what's past that?
You don't know because they won't let you past it.
Wait, why won't it let it?
Has anyone ever?
Is there rules that it's just not survivable?
He said you just can't travel there.
I mean, who says who?
Like God?
The world
says God.
The world has a treaty. They don't travel.
World?
I'm just saying.
Hold on. So if I go out, is the world police out there?
Have you ever seen
Seth? We're getting pulled over by the world police.
Yeah,
We're too far into Antarctica.
They say there's military down there that will not let you go past a certain point in Antarctica.
And it's the world's military or Antarctica's military that's keeping...
There's multiple, countries
Well, it seems like
there.
the Antarctica would be the biggest country in the world, though, because they got the whole outer perimeter of Earth.
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense.
Well, I'm just saying the
That's a hell of a lot of district you got to cover if you're a cop. I got to cover half the world. You need like 5,000 cops.
Well, some people also believe that there's other worlds outside of I
do believe that there might be a world. I mean,
There's other worlds out there, but Lemmy, you're saying like if we came to the end here, it'd be like
What
just
happens?
crossing somebody's lawn into like the next planet
world,
or something.
our neighboring world.
They supposedly
I want
they
to
don't
know what
really
our Seth. Don't you want to know what our neighboring world is?
I want to know.
I want to know who's over here.
I want to know why Lummy felt the peer pressure to become a flat earther.
I'm not. I'm just explaining what Stein explained to me.
Are you a flat earther?
No, I believe we went to the moon and we're
No,
America and we're
You're
globe
buying
and
into it. You're
circle.
going to the meetings.
I'm just letting you know what Stein said.
You're in the group chats.
Wow, I'm getting this off my screen.
saying-
It's so disturbing.
If you go to the end of the earth, then there's the military that tells you to turn around.
Hi, we're the Antarctica cops, and you've gone too far.
It even said
But hold on, I just want to go a little bit further so I can see what the next thing. No, you cannot. We need. You know what? That's probably where the biggest border of all we've built.
That's true. How's that border working?
We're worried about just the Mexican border. We got to worry about this goddamn Antarctica border. Well, that something just self. Is that your flat earther music?
I don't think I should be thrown into a flat earther just because I'm explaining what Stein explained to me.
No, I feel a passion behind it, Lummy, and you know about the cops at
You're
Antarctica.
a flat earther, Lummy.
I've never heard about cops
Lummy,
at
I've
Antarctica
never
turning
been-
people around.
I've never been so disappointed in you in my entire career. You're a flat earther. You're officially that guy, a fox at 5 and a flat earther.
No.
You gonna teach us to your son?
No, I believe we're a globe.
Why don't you go break a globe right in front of his face today?
You know what?
Say it's all a lie, Walker.
Lummy, I'm going to go to words and I'm going to tell my Hogan story, and I don't think we're going to do much overtime.
Okay.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Didn't he?
No, but he was trying to tell me why it's a flat Earth because I asked him a couple questions.
Oh, we're gonna just fucking light him up.
Why he thinks that it's a flat
No,
Earth.
I mean, people take that shit personally, Bubba. Like, I don't think you can. It's like a core belief.
Yeah, he'll come through with all these facts.
Did he tell you about the police at the end of the world?
Well, he says that there's been people that have tried to go and explore Antarctica, and some military comes out.
I still think spreading is flat Earth propaganda.
Yeah.
He texted you talking points this morning.
No,
He said, make sure you mention the secret police.
Well, I'm going on LinkedIn today to see if anybody is working at the end of the earth to see if they're hiring, because I'd like to get in on that.
Gatekeep the rest of the world.
That's right. The Marshal Service is the official law enforcement entity of the South Pole.
The Marshal Service, don't bust me up.
It's an agreement.
Hold it. My Marshal Service. Here to protect the Earth.
Turn around immediately.
I'm here to protect the Earth. Can't go any further than this.
But I bet you they let the fucking aliens cross over, Lummy. They
Probably
sure
do.
as fuck do.
Yep, they keep that bitch wide open. I came in here to ask you something. Now I don't remember what it was.
Law enforcement. The Marshal Service became the official law enforcement of the South Pole since in 1889.
You got me all squirreled on your propaganda.
Yeah, mine.
Yeah. You're feeding into it. You're trying to play ignorant, but I know better.
You got his number down.
I'm gonna have to text Stein and tell him
And he just made you look foolish in front of your coworkers.
Well, I was trying to tell you guys that he was a flat earther so you guys would clown him on Wednesday.
I'm not clowning him. I accept his beliefs.
I'm fucking with him like you wouldn't believe. I might even de-invite him from BARP.
Oh, no.
This flat earther shit. Because he's just going to get greased. Everybody at BARP's going to be like, you're flat earther? You're weirdo.
I think a lot of people agree. There's a lot.
Today is a member of the show.
It's
White Walkers are on the other side of the.
White Walkers.
$100. Bubba's Kanko's $100. Happy Thanksgiving.
Bubba, did you fry turkeys in the parking lot, or was that MJ?
MJ, he almost got arrested.
Did the cops or fire department?
The fire marshal general of the state of Florida recommended he be arrested for felony arson, and a captain of the fire department got hurt while putting it out, which was another. And because his wife worked for Mark Ober, they didn't press any charges.
Okay.
I got Mike Thurlman for 100 when we come back.
Bubba's Kanko's 100. Thanks, Kinks.
Thank you, Mike Thurlman.
Why do we ask those motherfuckers stuck in space what Earth looks like? They just
they're gonna say, well, you know what? Looks like a big fucking pancake. They'd be like, okay, maybe I'm dancing with you a little bit.
Can you guys just?
But they're like, no, man, it's a big fucking globe.
It's a sphere, man. It's a perfect sphere.
It's like the fucking Vegas sphere.
Except aren't those two astronauts still stuck there?
Yeah, no, they are. Yeah, they weren't going to be able to get them back till February.
They're supposed to do what, a week?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Be monitoring our YouTube channel all weekend long. I'll be live from Indiana on a few instances. I'm going to try to do my Thanksgiving festivities from my sister's home tomorrow with Janie Cakes and the Filthy Egyptian and Boo Boo, Coke Can Carlos, Joe Kralis, One Bad Dude, Merch Crick, my mom, Tara, me. So that'll all be either be marked as private, which means you need to be a member of our YouTube channel, or I'll just lay it out there for everybody to see it. I'll probably be half and half with my content. Thank you, Mike Thurlman, for the $100. Appreciate you.
Bubba's Kanko's $100.
Thank you, Bubba's Kanko. I'm going to deposit all that money, Lummy, immediately so that Seth's check's cleared.
Thank you.
We go from pending to hard.
God bless.
So, Lummy, here's my story about the Hogan deal. One summer day, we're out in the NWO boat. And it's like a Saturday. No, it's like a Friday I think it was a Saturday. And we pull up to Shepherd's. And as soon as we used to pull up to Shepherd's, and it was just me and Hogan. And as soon as we pull up to Shepherd's, it would just be like a massive flocking of mostly dudes, putting Hogan over, but, some girls too. So next thing you know, we have a couple of people on our boat. Girls, we'll say girls. One was a hairdresser from Lakeland, and one was a student at USF. And so they're like, oh, my God, we love this boat. Oh, my God. And, of course, we had Miller Lights, Lummy, and other stuff.
Of course.
And so they're like, oh, can we take the boat out? And how fast will it go? Hogan's like, it'll do about 80. Like, oh, my God, we'd love to go 80 on the boat. So we pull out of there with these two people on the boat. We make an immediate right. And Lummy, we start heading north up like we're headed to Tarpon.
Okay.
And Hogan drifts it out. That boat was like 42 foot, 44 foot. I don't know. It was like so you could really gas it up. It'd go 80, but it was also so big and so long that it could really take the waves pretty good. You know what I'm saying? You can't take a small boat 80 because you'll get caught up in one of those swells and you'll flip your ass off. But when you got that big of a boat, you can just blast right into the swells. So we go out about we're north. We're probably north of Clearwater Beach, like kind of where Mandalay Avenue ends. That kind of that little peninsula. We're probably 5 miles west of shore, so you can see the shore, but you can't. Even if you had binoculars, you couldn't really see us. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We were really far out. Really, really far out. Well, we start partying a little bit with our friends. Next thing you know, Hogan is in the captain's seat.
How did the girls decide which one was getting Hogan and which one was?
I don't know how it all worked out, but it did work out.
Okay.
I had a friend and he had a friend.
Well, I understand. It's just that one friend's always taking one for the team.
Well, I guess the one, but at that time, Seth, I was Bubba the Love Sponge, big time radio guy.
Oh no, you had the fame and the fortune. I'm just saying, I
wasn't Hulk Hogan.
Right.
I wasn't globally Hulk Hogan. I was locally Bubba Clamp. Well, let me. We just get to having a good time.
Yeah.
Me and Hogan.
Suckling.
I'm now in the back part of the boat with the big long bench seat.
Yeah.
With my friend.
Okay.
And he's up at the front part of the boat. Now this is a pretty big boat, so that's probably about maybe 6 to 7 feet separation. And we're both, where stuff is happening where a man may not be paying attention to his surroundings. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Things are feeling so good, things are going on that, maybe you got your head kicked back and your eyes closed and you're just enjoying that Florida sunshine. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Meanwhile, if you're on your boat, normally on a boat, you're looking around, looking for traffic, looking for things, making sure they're not going to hit other boats. And
did you accidentally make out with Hogan?
No, I didn't. Shut up. I'm telling the story.
A lot of holes in it so far.
No, there's no holes in it. We're 5, 6, 7 miles west of Clearwater Beach, out in the middle of nowhere, on his boat with 2 girls. I have one. He has the other. He's in the front seat. I'm in the back seat. I don't know how many holes are in that story.
Enough.
One's a hairdresser from Lakeland.
One's a student.
And one's a student.
All right. So you guys are sucking.
Listen,
Hogan's sucking.
We're not saying any of that. We are Hogan and I are both the same thing that Hogan's getting, I'm getting. And I swear to God, this is the most incredible thing ever.
Oh yeah.
because I never thought. So we're not paying attention. We're literally not paying attention. Because we got our eyes closed, our head kicked back, and we're really enjoying her. I mean, we're really, really getting some enjoyment. The next thing you know, this goes on for like 5 minutes. The next thing you know, we turn around and probably from here to maybe 7-Eleven is 100-foot Coast Guard cutter with all of the Navy guys on the side of the boat cheering us on. And Hogan goes, "How in the hell did we miss that?" And I go, "Well, because we weren't paying attention, and they came in from the backside that we weren't. We didn't. None of us were turning around and looking." Looking.
How close were they? Did they need binoculars, or they got
no, they were pretty close.
We $76, $10.
So we immediately, me and Hogan, stop what we're doing.
Why?
Because
the Coast Guard's cool, right?
Well,
they're not going to arrest you.
Yeah, they were cheering you on. Give them a show.
So they're like, yeah. So at that point, the girls whip out their boobs and show the Coast Guard guy their boobs. And so the next thing you know, we get next to the Coast Guard deal. Now, these boats, you don't believe how big big they are when you get close to them. Like this was probably maybe not 100-foot cutter, but this was probably like maybe a 60 or 70-foot cutter. Like it had a lot of guys on it. Next thing you know, we kind of float over there, and this really high-ranking guy comes on the boat, and Hogan says, "Brother, I hope nobody was taking any pictures. I hope nobody got any of that. I hope like none of this goes any further." He's like, "Listen, I'm the captain of this boat," or whatever his rank was. He's like, "It's not going any further. Nobody's got any cameras. Nobody's got anything. We're going to be cool." Hogan signed some autographs for a couple of the maybe 10, 15 minutes worth of autographs. Back then, Lummy, there was no cell phone that you could. Thank God there was no smartphones back in the day.
What did Hogan think that the Coast Guard was getting out their digital cameras? Or taking photos?
Had they, we'd be in. The sex tape would have never existed because we would have gotten in way more trouble with that because that's why he was still married. Yeah. And so
you don't think Lizinda knew that his Harry was getting blizzed out there on the open sea?
So for about a year, he every couple 3 or 4 days, Lummy, he'd be like, because I would go to work and I would see stories from TMZ and he goes, "Brother, anything on the Kizos Gizzard?" And I go, "Nope, we're good." 2 more weeks later, go, "Bubba, what? Any Kizos Gizzard Piz extras?" "Nope, we're good, buddy. I think we're good. I think that captain told the truth. I mean, I don't think anybody. I mean, they all saw it, but nobody. I don't think anybody took a picture. A month later, looks like we might be Cliz here on the Kizos Gizzard. Yep, I think we're good, buddy. Think we're good."
That's so you guys had a foursome. That's awesome, man.
We didn't have a foursome.
Hell yeah.
No, we didn't. There was no exchanging of girls.
You had an exhibitionist type.
Had what?
An exhibitionist type foursome. That's where you are on parade display for people.
Okay.
It's okay.
Mike Thurlman, $100, Lummy.
Does you?
Let's do some after hours if you guys want to get up in the mix. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army, and I think Seth and Rhett and Lummy, are you guys doing a sports show?
Yes, sir.
Fantastic. Be monitoring and make sure you follow our YouTube channel because I'll be dabbling in it over the weekend from my sister's house and from Lucas Oil Stadium in Indiana. Go Tigers!
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian, Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
Rhett, the filthy ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council. Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I repeat,